hello everyone. How we doing? It's a Wednesday night. Yes, I made sure to make sure the music that I'm playing on my Spotify is muted so we don't have to worry about copyright strike things. Those seem annoying. Let me phrase that. Those are annoying, and I'm glad I could avoid them. But hey, all, you know me. I'm at Digital on Twitter. Proxgorth has me at 4. You see me around here on Twitch, and it is another Wednesday, which means it's Witcher Road's home night, and I get to have fun tonight. So we're going to start. We're gonna mix things up a little bit today, and start with hey Lindy, how yous?
Oh, it's me. Hi, I'm Lindy. I'm good. I should not start talking in this accent, or that is what Brenna will sound like all night. Yes, I'm Lindy, and I'm very excited to be here playing The Witcher as a Witcher for once, because it's great, because all of the classes are super fun, but I figured just try out Witcher at some point, and that's the game for this game. And yeah, I'm playing Brenna, excuse me, Countess Brenna von Vettler, um, who, had a cat nap last week and things happened. And her husband's just really protective and concerned about her, and everything's fine and great. And yeah, curses and stuff. It's cool.
I mean, I guess curses are cool.
It's it can't be helped, right? The curses are gonna teleport into your castle. They're gonna teleport into your castle.
Yeah. I mean, it's a thing that happened.
Yeah.
Then next up, hey Bildy, how are you doing? Thank you, Godling. We see you there.
Uh, I'm good. I don't know if you could tell. What I was drinking was very illegal because it was censored.
Oh, I noticed.
Yeah, this
We all
super
noticed.
yeah, super illegal stuff right here cannot be shown on Twitch
Yep.
or in any forum because it is so illegal.
You could only show it on 4chan. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not even 4chan, it's 7chan.
Oof.
Oh,
Only
snap.
on 7chan and ESPN 8. Um
So you mean along with the professional cornhole game?
we're on amateur cornhole level here. These people aren't even getting paid. Okay. Cornhole.
Oh, so it's the hobbyist cornhole.
And hand grenades. So this is an ESPN solely dedicated to people lobbing things a short distance. That's how intense and specific this is. What were we talking about?
You, what you doing? How you doing? How's Ardzo doing? All those good things.
Good. It's summer. I'm warm. I got a faux fur bear and some thick yarn. And it is August in Ohio. So there's crickets and perspiration going on right now. But it's going to fuel my creativity in one way, shape, or form because Ardzo is dealing with some stuff. Had a friend that he cares deeply for, Vamoose, amongst other mysteries. There's a lot to uncover here. There's a lot to unpack. So this is going to be an amazing 7-hour session as we do so.
I mean, it's us. It's not impossible.
So I'm looking forward to it.
Okay then. Okay. I feel like we're all looking forward to that. Hey Trooper. How are you doing, sir?
I am fine. I'm the Trooper SJP, and I'm doing well. I'm looking forward to misery, torture, field snipers. I don't know what's in store for me, but I'm excited for it. My character is not doing well, but he's doing better because he's currently, free out there on the road in a ditch, maybe eaten by a brooksa. Who knows, really? I mean, if he were in a ditch eaten by a brooksa, he'd be less Good. But let's say it's that moment before he's in a ditch eaten by a Bruxa, and he's feeling fine because he's got the wind at his back, and he doesn't have people around him who thinks that he's a murderer and terrible. So I mean, he's feeling pretty good. I mean, he's feeling bad. That's what it is. But I'm feeling good. And I was chatting with Lindy the other night. We went to bed super early in the
Might have
morning.
been last night.
Yeah, it's still last night because we didn't go to sleep yet. But about all the things that Yanto doesn't know, because I feel like people forget how many things Yanto does not know. There are many things he has not been told, he has not discovered, he doesn't know. There are just many things he doesn't know. Like 14 pounds of things he doesn't know. And that's exciting. It's exciting. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you're doing okay, Trooper.
I'm doing fine.
Well, I mean, sorry, quick question. 14 pounds of things you don't know. Like 14 pounds of feathers is a lot of feathers, but
Yep.
14 pounds of iron is like not a lot of iron. So like, what's the volume?
Well, it's more like it's 14 pounds of things you don't know, but he only has a 10-pound bag. It's a bag that's only weighted to hold 10 pounds of don't know, but he unfortunately has 14 pounds of don't know. It's not really volume. It's really just,
Okay.
The integrity of the canvas bag that he's carrying all the don't know in. It's breaking.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to shatter it tonight. Hey, Simon, how are you?
Oh, hi. I am like starving. So I'm going to eat in y'all's faces.
It's okay.
Hi, starving.
Come back! Simon, come back! No, it's fine.
Hi. Yeah, I'm Simon at Wandering DM. I use he, him pronouns. And in this game, I am playing Kadarn of Adern, who is a mage and not Javik's lover, as some people would like you to believe.
No, I think that conversation was firmly had, and
but I teleported away during that conversation.
This is true. You did teleport away.
But yes, hello, I'm here. I'm gonna eat now.
Okay, manja. Yes, we all know who I am. It's fine. I channel all of my Italian relatives. What do you mean you're not hungry? Are you sick? Eat something.
You're also channeling my Italian relatives. I was like, yeah, that was my dad. Go ahead. It's just...
See? Such is life. Look. There are some great relatives to be channeling. And then there are some not so great relatives to be channeling. I think we need to rewind the clock a little bit and go back to what happened at the end of last session. We left off with a major concern as Count Gavril von Velder, one of the 4 major landowners, basically, consider him a duke in English parlance, of Matina, ranked just below the crown and the family royal for size and control of territory. He newly married to his 4th wife, but most people agree that it's his longest term relationship and, quite a good thing, at least in the locals' point of view. He was very put out that someone had the audacity and one might even say suicidal tendency to attack his wife in his house. So he's shut down the entire castle, locked it down tight to prevent harm and to try and search out the individual who would dare to do such to the Countess Brenna von Velder. Further by this was a certain individual, Yanto, got emotionally upset by Javik attempting to drive some hard truths into his head, one might say, in a very aggressive and blunt force manner. I think it may have penetrated his skull. Who knows? But his emotional reaction to that was to try and run away. But this is a problem.
Successfully, by the way. He got out of the castle.
You did get out of the castle. It's just one small problem for you, Yanto. The castle's also in a further uproar, rather than just merely lock down the castle. Gavril, being the intelligent battle commander that he is, proceeded then to do a head count of everyone who's still there. Checked on the guests, ensured that they were safe, perhaps see if anyone was attempted to be, harming the family. And it was during this room by room, check on the guests, kind of firmly request, as in, you're going to do this because I told you to, and I mean, most of who's here are all, lower ranking nobles anyway. Every representative of the crown has already left. But, and, kind of restrict them to their rooms to ensure that the safety of the guests. It was during this, room by room search that it was discovered that one Lord Bartonis say the name, Yanto.
Bitonus Pard.
Okay, Bitonus Pard.
Thank you.
Look. Bitonus Pard had... Well, he's missing. All of his luggage is still there, but he is not. So that is a concern. We must assume, therefore, that perhaps these villains had made away with one of the guests. Further, it was also discovered that the Countess's brother, Javik, is unconscious and had been attacked. And the mage that had been accompanying him also seems to be missing, perhaps also attacked. That led to Gavril shutting things down further by removing everyone of the family. That is, him, the Countess, their two sons, the Countess's personal physician, and her brother, Javik, to the family wing and Alienor. Mostly because Alienor just shows up and no one really tells her no. People assume that she'll be there. To the family wing, and to lock that down until further notice, until we can ascertain who... might be attempting to harm. Or, basically, whom does Gavril have to kill slowly and in multiple ways?
Yanto's all on stealth mode, gonna try to sneak out of this whole area as best he can.
And Yanto doesn't know that Javik is unconscious from a Sleeping Beauty curse. Oh, such a shame.
That's okay, because Kadarn can kiss him and he'll wake up. It'll be fine.
Will he?
Sure.
No, I mean...
Hey, I'm not there.
Yanto doesn't know that Kadarn's not there.
But hey, Yanto, do you not remember something?
The
degree of relation and intensity of emotion has an effect on the roll, mechanically, that can break the curse or not.
All I know is that Yanto is able to wake up the tavern lady, so he thinks it's pretty fine. There's a whole bunch of people here who could wake up Javik. Kadarn could do it. Brenna could do it. It's fine.
He doesn't even know that Javik's unconscious. But we're gonna go...
Sleeping curses, it turns out, aren't that big of a deal.
You say that.
As far as he knows.
Yep, Yanto knows. As far as Yanto knows. But, we're gonna pick back up with, Kadern, who, if we rewind the clock about 30 minutes, perhaps, 40, 30, 35. Kadern, you attempted to teleport directly behind Javik to, be part of that scene that was, support, perhaps, for Javik, or even just, a bystander who wanted to see the emotional car crash that would be the conversation between Javik and Yanto. I don't judge. We all wanted to be that emotional bystander. But there was a small problem for you, unfortunately.
Mm.
Between Javik's teleporting out and your attempt to teleport out, there was some other magic that also kind of came into being. There was this letter that, well, you don't know yet. Kadan doesn't know yet, but the audience at home does know that there was this letter that was teleported into Javik's room. And between those multiple washes of magic, unfortunately, Kadan, you ended up not where you're supposed to be. In this particular instance, you appear about 10 inches off the ground, or 10 inches, I should say, off the bar in the tavern you frequented earlier in the afternoon. That moment, and for the audience playing at home, it's that freeze frame moment of the mage appearing literally 12 inches above the bar in the teleport, and then the portal goes away, and then there's Kadern crashes into the top of the bar in this smuggler's den / dive bar.
Where am...
And you just see the bartender, this rather large, beefy man, has reached down and is holding out a bottle of something at you. It's like, you look like you need that.
No, probably not. Any damages, you can direct your claims to the ladyship, to her ladyship, Breno. She'll pay for it.
She already has.
Where am I?
My bar.
No, I know that. I mean, in relation to the keep.
About 2 miles up the road that way?
Oh, that's not so bad. Okay.
Accounting for, the vertical change in geography.
Well, thank you for cushioning my fall with your rather sturdy bar. And I am going to get on my way.
I'm not even gonna ask. And he just turns and is like, kind of waits for you to climb off the bar, and then just like starts sweeping up anything that may have been spilt by you crashing onto the top of the bar. Not that there are a lot of glasses, but some mugs.
Oh well.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm going to grab what dignity I have left and make my way back to the castle.
At what speed because this will just kind of inform me about like when relationally you'll get back to.
I mean, I cannot use magic. Well, what little stamina I have left. Yeah, no, I'm gonna keep it. So I'll just walk. I mean, look, whatever happens, by the time I'm back, it's 2 miles. By the time I'm back, the deed will be done. And you know, I'm hopeful that Yanto will understand that Chavik and I are not an item.
That will be something he understands, perhaps.
But failing that, I'm in no hurry to come back if the situation hasn't changed. So yeah, I'm not running or anything.
Okay. You know, because it just, would determine timing, that's all. Just a little bit of timing. So as you make your way up to the keep, it will probably, I mean, you can run a 10-mile, you can run a 4-minute mile. Crazy people can. You can, a 5-minute mile, 6-minute mile is respectable running. I would say,
yeah, but
like,
I'd be walking.
you're walking, like, 2 miles and a half hour is not a big deal, right? So you will be getting to the gate just about the time to realize the gates are locked. The, qu'est-ce que c'est le mot?
Trellis?
No, trellis is what you grow plants on.
Yeah.
Portcullis.
Portcullis, thank you. I'm like, it's like I had to change languages multiple times to get to that word. The portcullis is down. There are armed guards patrolling the balustrade, and there are 2 armed guards that you can see just inside the portcullis. No one is standing outside the portcullis.
Hail?
They kind of take a second to look at you, identify you, and then there's this moment of recognition where you see, like, this quiet conversation happening. No one's shouted back to you. They're just, a couple people are talking across the top of the, balustrade, and then there's a moment, and then a shout down, and one of the levee gate, right? The small gate that's to the side of the portcullis that's, kind of like the entryway, so you don't have to raise the whole portcullis kind of thing. Opens a crack, and, like, young, fresh-faced, nothing guard looks at you and goes, Master Kadern?
Yes, it is I. I come back to the keep.
Oh,
after
you weren't
a
kidnapped.
grueling
Come,
journey.
please. The master.
Why would have been kidnapped?
The count will explain. Or
Just open.
yeah,
Raise the portcullis, please.
No, he just kind of opens like this little. He looks. He nods and kind of closes. Again, it's like the.
Oh.
Oh yeah, you lost sound. Oh. Resyncing. We love technology. It's our friend.
Great.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, technology.
So, the The guard kind of closes the little hatch. That's really not big enough for a person to get through. It's just to, talk easier. And they'll go around, and it is, and actually you would notice as they do so, they raise the outer portcullis barely enough, just enough, almost maybe like a foot above your head for you to walk underneath. But they don't raise the inner one until you've kind of...
Yeah.
They are actually kind of, like, almost impressively good at this. They follow orders very well. So it takes like 5 minutes to get through the gate at this, because of this. Between raising it, lowering it, letting you walk through, raising the inner one to the height, and then closing it again. And then, again, this young nothing guard just kind of, it's like, and he kind of, like, doesn't know if he's supposed to bow, like... This is his first job. He's really, really good at the guard stuff, but you're a fancy folk, right?
You're supposed to bow. You're supposed to bow.
And he kind of like nods and a little jerkily bows, and he will kind of like gesture for you to walk with him. Is like, the Count would like to speak with you, and just kind of.
I bet.
Starts marching off. You can roll me an awareness as you proceed your way through this castle.
It would be a 22.
The guards are on high alert. None of the servants, like, if you see a servant walking the halls, it's in the company of one of the guards, and they're carrying like a tray of maybe like food or something, and they're accompanied with a guard the entire way. None of the guests that are still here that are still here are in the halls. There's none of the no one's walking around by themselves. Interestingly enough, all of the visors are currently up from all of the guards.
Okay.
It takes you like maybe 5 minutes, and that's maybe closer to 10. But that's a lot of, there are a lot of stairs to get to the 3rd floor of this keep, and then to the far side to the family wing that's also locked down. There are guards on the outside of the family wing door, one of whom is Matthias, as you've met. He kind of takes a moment to, like, look you over, and he, like, reaches out and pokes you.
What's that for?
To make sure you're you.
Poking at someone will not confirm whether they are themselves or not.
But illusions break when you touch them, right?
I would need to be the world's most complicated illusion. In that case. To have walked. Do you not know how illusion magic
I really
works?
don't. I know how to kill people and break things.
Yeah.
Okay, illusion magic is somewhat restricted in what it can do. Any nincompoop worth its grain of salt will identify an illusion on sight. It's not that hard, really.
I don't play with illusions. I don't play with magic, and the other mage is unconscious, so I'm not gonna fuck around.
You seem like the type of person who doesn't play, period.
I play, but just not those kind of games.
Can you direct me to... Uh-oh.
Yeah, just figuring that out, aren't you?
The Countess's quarters.
In here. And he'll open the door to the family wing. And escort you to the study portion of Gavril's study, which is kind of like So you've got the Count's bedroom. There was, the Countess's. The last time you were up here, you've been up here before. So you know that there's the Count's room, bedroom, suite. There's a connecting door to what was originally the Countess's bedroom suite. And then there was another room to the left of the Count's, which had a connecting door built into it, which was Brenna's rooms. And then there are, on the other side next to Brenna's rooms, was, which is the younger son?
Florian.
Florian. There were Florian's rooms were next to Brenna, and then Lawrence's rooms were next to, on the far side of the Countess. And there's like a study kind of space, or like an actual office study, because it goes around almost a corner on this pointed side of this almost star-shaped keep that's built into the mountain. So the far, and next to, at one end of this like U shape with if Gavril's rooms were in the middle of the U, at one end of that U shape is the study, his office. It's the most room closest to this door that would lead out into the rest of the castle. It's, the least protected of these rooms at the moment. Inside is as Matthias will kind of like knock 3 times and then open the door. Doesn't wait to be to be told. So you will find these individuals: Gavril, Lauren, Florian, Brenna, Arzo, and Muriel, and Eleanor. Muriel is basically acting as the one servant in this space at the moment. Eleanor has retreated with a cup of tea to, like, the window seat that's kind of framed, it's this beautiful old style library study, a large heavy desk and chair in the center as you kind of walk in, large windows that frame outwards, but they're full true glass windows with leaded windows. So picture a stained glass window, but none of the color. A lot of very interesting shapes, and if you want to, you can roll me tactics.
Gavril, Brenna, Florian, Laurent, right? The core 4 family members. Muriel, the servant. Eleanor, because she's wherever she wants to be. Who else is there?
Arzo.
Arzo, the doctor. Is the other doctor there?
No. The other doctor is still with Constantine. Or you are not 100% sure, but last anybody heard, he was with Constantine and working. With a 10, you would say that the way the leading in this window is designed, it's designed to do something, right? It's not just decorative, but you're not 100% sure.
Yeah, it has a use. I just don't know what exactly.
Exactly. You don't know what the use is. There are, so Eleanor's kind of, so you've got these 2 windows on either side behind that kind of frame the desk. There's no window directly behind the desk, because so you've got the 2 leaded windows, multiple bookshelves that kind of wrap a way around the room. There's to the right, in the window to the right of the desk is Eleanor kind of sitting in a window seat. There's a small like banquette with a couple cushions and some pillows and a small table kind of in front. She's seated there. Muriel is posted up next to the door. There's another like table and chair to the left as you enter the room. That's kind of like, there are 3 chairs around a table that, maybe there are 4 chairs around the table, kind of doubles as like a conference table or a meeting space for the Count if he needs to meet with his stewards or his, any of his vassals for any reason.
Is Javik in the room?
Javik is not in the room.
Okay.
The boys are seated there at the moment. Lawrence is seated there. Florian is kind of pacing a little antsily, but not, not aggressively. And Gavril is seated at the desk. Where are Brenna and Ardzo in this room?
I think Brenna would be seated probably near Lauren's. Just like sitting, chilling and waiting for, people to be found, things to, just wait for things to go. And also that way she can be qualified as resting. She's seated.
I feel like Ardzo. Did you mention that there was windows?
There's two windows, one on either side of the desk, facing the door. Eleanor is seated in the window seat to the right-hand side of the desk. There is another window seat on the left. It doesn't have a table in front of it, but there is another window seat.
Are the windows openable, or they were like, hey, yo, you can't open these windows for obvious reasons?
You can, you've been in this room for like at least 20 minutes by this point.
Mm-hmm.
Or, well, no, you've been in this room for about 5 minutes by this point, accounting for travel time for Kadarn and everything else to have gone on. You would have been able to see that, no, these windows do not open. Or beyond, they don't really open at all.
I will be gazing out the window at the sky, trying to find, is it evening?
It's by this point you are probably well into the late afternoon.
Trying to pinpoint the moon's location during the daylight hours, just like trying to peer through the clouds.
Oh, moon.
Seeing if he could, because sometimes you see it during the daylight and it looks really cool. Mm-hmm. And if you're stuck in this room with all these people, hide and seek.
You roll me an awareness.
You got it. You got it. Oh, my connection.
Strong start.
Did you get it? My connection to the server has been
I rolled a 16, but I need you to roll the crit fail.
Oh, nice.
You have to, if you click in the chat.
Okay.
You see where it says fumble now? You can actually click that and it'll roll the fumble for you.
That's cool.
Yeah. So a 14. The biggest problem you're having right now is just the location of this room is not conducive to finding the moon in its current path, right?
Gotcha.
It's like you can lean out the window and it should be like you're knowing it's like, okay, it should, like if I was looking for it during the daytime, it might actually be to like in front of us, kind of.
Yep.
And it just can't see it.
Yep. Cool. That's what he's trying to figure out.
Yeah, it's not that it's not there, it's just you can't get a good spot in this room to see it the way the building is designed. Okay, there we go. So this is the room you entered, Kadarn.
Fear not, for I have returned.
Good.
Were we supposed to be afraid?
No, but I was supposed to be here.
Oh, okay. So you had gone, and now you have come back, and you were expected that we would be worried that you were coming.
Well, I was concerned because he was accounted for one of those who is missing. Now we're just missing Lord Bytonus Pard.
Oh, Lord Bytonus is gone?
When we discovered that someone had cursed my wife in my house, because technically Kadarn doesn't know about that yet.
Yeah.
No, just keep.
I just realized that he didn't know about that yet.
Yep.
Gavril It says, after I found out that somebody had cursed my wife in my house, I ordered a lockdown to see if any of the other guests were harmed. You were missing, Javik is unconscious, and Lord Pard, all of his luggage is still here. He is not. Therefore, one must assume that perhaps the villains have made way with him for some reason. Perhaps he saw them or attempted to intervene.
Are we sure it is attributed to villains?
What else can it be?
If somebody had bad intentions, so sure, it could make them a villain, but maybe it is someone not so easily reduced to a word. Could have been anyone,
Is
I
Lord
suppose.
Pard responsible for cursing my wife?
No.
I don't believe so.
He's
Then
not
we
half
must
that
assume
kind of-
at this moment and work on the theory that he has been harmed. He is a guest under my house, and therefore it is an insult further to me.
Out of game, where's Javik right now?
Not in this room.
Oh.
But they did move him to the family wing.
So where is Lord Javik? Is he not with Lord Bytonus?
No. Javik... Lord
I-
Javik is currently unconscious in... And, like, he pauses and looks at you. Brenna is like, what are we gonna call that room that was Filiberta's, but...
It's the room across the hall with the ones that we broke into.
Oh, the deli?
So in the roughly quarter of an hour that I've been gone,
3/4 of an hour.
3/4 of
You'd
an
walk
hour,
back, yeah.
her ladyship was cursed, which if... Are you still with your medallion? Do you... how do you feel?
I feel all right. I am familiar with this curse. It was I was speaking with my brother Javik, as you know, and then he stepped out briefly, and a letter got teleported in. At least it seemed that way. I didn't see the letter before. I saw kind of a flash, and I went to look at it, and it had the same sleeping curse that had been put upon the village that Javik resides in previously. Thankfully, Arzo was able to deduce that information, and I was able to be freed from the curse.
You were freed of the
Sleeping
curse,
curse.
but
Yes.
your brother is still
It's
unconscious.
a sleeping curse. Well, it drains your energy while you sleep. If you stay asleep long enough, you will perish. But
Oh, great.
yes.
And did this occur before or after he spoke with Lord Bytonus?
After, because he had gone to speak as Lord Bytonus. I had moments later succumbed to the curse. Eleanor found me, but I fear before I came to, Lord Javik had also succumbed to the curse as he had gone back to his room and also found said letter. The curse is has to be broken, or can be broken, via a kiss from someone who has a personal connection to you. Gabriel was able to free me from said curse. The intensity of the connection determines how successful the odds are of it breaking via that method. Otherwise, you have to find whatever it is that sets the curse in the first place and destroy it.
And have you, as his sister, tried to wake him up?
No, I've not kissed my brother. No.
I
Well,
don't
surely
encourage
just a
my
peck
wife.
on the cheek would work.
You don't even have to look at him right now, Brenna. You can just feel Gavril like, no.
Because, like, it would be a strange curse if, in order to break it, you needed to involve a lot of tongue. Normally, the whole spiel about the kiss, the wake, the sleeping beauty is just a peck. It's contact. I think there is an ongoing theory at Banard that these curses are actually cured by.
Would you like to
it's the
examine
saliva.
the unconscious individual?
No, but I'm
I
just saying, Brenna, you could spit on him and it would do the same thing.
If there was an emotional connection, correct? That is the assumption.
Well, I do believe that there's an emotional connection between two siblings.
But is it like a positive emotional or a negative emotional or just any kind of emotion, period?
Well, the way you've just explained it to me is, Lady Brenna, is it just needs to be a strong connection. It doesn't require a positive or negative
I
emotion.
know, as far as positive is probably preferred, but there was a lot of drama in the towns that we left with the kissing curse, sleeping curse,
The kissing curse.
the kissing curse.
Interesting slip
I
there.
don't know what it's actually called. I'm not a mage. This is a curse that I believe is created by a mage. Intense ritual, lots of.
Yes, of course. We
Hellbore.
are at the root of all the woes of the world.
Not all of them, but it leaves this curse at the very least.
So is what you are saying, should we visit Javik in his chambers while he is unconscious and spit on him just to see?
You have read my mind, good sir.
I also would like your insight on the curse if you would care to examine him.
Well, I
Very
would also like
insightful.
to examine the letter
Yes,
from afar.
that I advise it. I only touched it with a letter opener and it
Yes.
got me.
No one has any emotions towards me here, so I would be sleeping for a while.
Maybe you can get someone to fall in love with you
Oh,
while you are
Does
asleep.
a seal with black and gold ink ring any bells?
A seal in black and gold ink?
A seal with black and gold wax and fancy inks.
What does the seal depict?
I was not able to determine that before I felt overcome.
Black? You said black and gold?
Black and gold.
Black and gold wax.
Hmm.
And it's a seal.
And the letter was addressed to Javik in a very fine hand. Exquisite inks.
I think that this person bought some very fancy wax. That's all I can tell you with what you gave me.
Sometimes colors are indicative of certain things.
Yes, in Vicovaro you can buy candles in just about any color imaginable.
Let's go see Javik then.
Yes, let's do it.
And Gavril kind of looks at all of you and says, yes, we're going to see your brother. And then he'll glance at Florian and Lawrence and be like, the rest of you may stay here, Doctor, Mage, Kitty. And
Got a
he kind
name,
of like,
you know?
huh?
Whoa, Kitty? Who's Kitty?
He has already put his hand around the small of Brenna's back and is walking her out of the room.
I'll turn to Ardzo. Did you know about the pet name?
Oh, but leave it be for now. We can use it for father later.
I will definitely use it later.
It is fucking hilarious. But we can't say anything now. That is their thing. Let them have their thing.
Yeah. Is it me or is his lordship devoid of a sense of humor?
I'm sure he's got one in the right situation. I just, perhaps we just have not been in that situation.
Oh, it might be at the very end of the stick. The one he has up his ass.
Oh, yeah. It might be there. But maybe we're just drinking cold tea. Maybe he's got to warm up a little.
Maybe. Before we go into the other room, I wanted to ask, you've encountered the curse before?
This one, secondhand, but yes.
How long would you say a person has before they completely succumb to the curse?
I do not have that information. Where we had encountered it was resolved rather quickly. We did not stick around.
Okay.
So I do not. So forward. I thought that was a unique case, but now here it is popping up all over the place, and it would have served us better now had I studied it a little bit more then.
Well, I mean, we can always use Javik as a case study, but no, it's just I was wondering because more powerful curses tend to act rather quickly and be lethal in a short period of time.
From what I gathered, I had no knowledge of it before this, and they were mass gathering the ingredients for. So I feel like it is a relatively new thing, and if you are using it to your advantage, some things can be tweaked and improved upon if you so had that desire. It had an amateur's hand about it.
Maybe born out of emotions from someone who's touched by chaos, but not necessarily well versed in it.
Astute observation, my friend.
Well, let's go see Lord Javik.
Let's.
I'm going to assume that you were walking and when you were having this small conversation and not doing it in the room with 4 other people, 2 of whom are Gavril's sons, and
Yeah,
Like outside the door
Yeah.
before into the next room, yeah.
we're walking slower.
Yeah, that's it. Like I figured we're just like hanging back.
No, I figured I wasn't gonna be that person to be that kind of mean GM and be like, his sons just overheard everything you just said about how their dad has a stick up his ass.
Oh, I would have said it in front of everyone.
I mean, maybe they agree. We don't know.
No, you don't. You're not gonna find out right now because they don't know. But Gavril is waiting. So like we said, there's the office, and then there's Florian's room, and then what was the Countess's old, the old Countess's bedroom.
Yeah. They're still cleaning it. There's a lot of
but it's one of those. It's the closest bed within the locked space that Gavril was going to allow anybody to sleep in.
Yeah.
Because he's not putting anyone in either your bed or his.
Yeah, probably.
And not the boys' beds either. So when you enter, there's like the blood stains are 99% gone. There's it's the grout, right? It's like the grout. You got to get in there with like a toothbrush. It's going to take a little extra time, but the big stuff is gone. The vanity,
the rugs have been taken out. Anything that had just
the exploded vanity and mirrors gone. All of the bed linens, the drapes from the 4-poster bed, everything from down to the mattress, all of those were already gone, but the mattress has been replaced already, and there are a couple blankets on the bed that Brenna, you would recognize as having been taken from like the winter chest in Florian's room, those extra layer blanket that are clean and cared for, but it's not like the whole bed has been made kind of thing. Javik is laying on his back in the middle of the bed. Somebody has artfully arranged his hands, just like resting on his stomach.
Mhm.
Not crossed across his chest to look creepy like a corpse, but just, resting on his stomach. And he is unconscious.
Nice, comfy sleep.
Gavril will step to the side, and he's still got his arm on the small, holding on around Brenna's waist at the moment.
Arzo will seemingly like visually ask permission to approach Javik to kind of get vitals, but like looking at like Gavril like with his hand up.
He will use the hand that's not around Brenna's waist to kind of gesture as if like go right ahead.
I'd like to get a pulse. And see if like moisture's accruing on the skin to see if his like body is reacting to like the environment, like the room temperature. Like if I pinch his flesh, does a reaction in his body happen? If I like flick his reflex thing in his knee, does that still go?
Go ahead and roll. You have a choice here, either diagnose or awareness.
I'm gonna go. I feel like it's diagnose is the best one to go.
You have 4 points of luck, by the way, from your friends in chat.
15 on the diagnose.
15. He's not in a coma. But like there's occasional eye movement, like REM sleep, or deep sleep. But there doesn't seem to be any. Like if you pinch his skin, it'll pull and pinch up, but it doesn't redden or blister or anything. There's no automated response when you flick his knee beyond, you see it color for a moment and then go away, not even a second. He's breathing. But it's almost like his body isn't reacting to anything. Perhaps in a stasis of some sort.
Interesting. It seems as though most of the autonomic nervous system function is still, as you can see that he is breathing, his chest is moving up and down. But some of the reactionary things are slow to take if at all. And what can you say caused this then? Anyone? Does anyone know?
It's the same envelopes that I did. I assume it's a sleeping curse, but I don't
And-
know medically.
And Gavril will nod his head towards the table that's at the far side, in the window, because they brought when you had said to be careful of the letter, what they did is they draped it in like silks and brought it and put it in this room.
Wonderful host, Lord Gavril. Do you have a thick pair of leather gloves, perhaps I could borrow?
Gavril will reach into like the belt at his waist and pull out the leather gloves that are like folded and tucked over the belt. They're actually like almost thick enough to be like hawking gloves. He did have plans for the morning, which didn't happen.
They're canceled. It's
They're
fine.
canceled.
Can my thick dwarf ham hock hands fit into his dainty gloves?
They're not so dainty, but yes. They're a little long.
Cool. I'm a dwarf. A lot of things are long. So I'll put on those gloves. And it's currently, the letter's currently draped in silk on the desk, right?
Yep.
Okay. So, Kadarin, if you would mind stepping closer, get close attention. In the event that I succumb to this curse, I want you to pay attention to how it happens. And if I do fall unconscious, I suppose, let Elsa know where I am, and bring her up if you can. All right, here we go. Pay attention. Here, we're going to see what happens. And he's going to like peel the silk off, all the while trying to maintain like a really good like waft like of the air, trying to get good sense, any of the similar sense that he had picked up before.
Can I also actively use my magical training?
You can
As
always,
Arzo is
yes, you
doing
can.
that?
You can indeed. You can use magical training. Ardzo, as you pick it up and you pull the silk off, you see this very, again, they just picked it up. Yeah, 32 is great. By the way, they now auto roll the crit
Yeah,
for you.
crits are auto rolled, yeah.
But the fumble is not. So a 32, very nice. We'll come back to that in a second. I'm gonna describe the physical, and then I'm gonna describe the magical. So Ardzo, when you peel it off, you see this very fine, for you it immediately would be obvious that it's not parchment, it's vellum.
Fancy.
Very fancy. Very fancily, very elaborate, fine calligraphy in an ink that's been mixed, or in a pen in styling that's a mixed ink between black and gold. And it's as if, for those who don't know, if you take like a quill pen or a fountain pen and you dunk it in ink that's, you can dub half of one and half of the other, and then you'll just have both as you write at different points. It looks really pretty when it's done by professionals. I am not, but it looks really pretty. And it's addressed to Javik with his full royal title and his mage title. It's addressed not to Lord Javik Mage or whatever. It's addressed to Prince Javik of Redania, son of Radovid I. Son of Radovid, because technically there isn't a Radovid II yet, so it's still just son of Radovid. And then the rest of his titles that he has as a hereditary prince of Redania. And, mage, accomplished mage or whatever. He's not a master mage. He's just grandmaster or any of that. He is just an accomplished mage. And again, it's this very fine black and gold ink. You can roll me an awareness. Did you roll the awareness?
Did not.
You can roll me an awareness to see if you smells something.
$18.
You get hints of a perfume, of notes of lilac and snowdrop.
As I'm opening this, I am getting notes of lilac and snowdrop.
Snowdrop was heavily used in the town.
Is the seal broken on it?
No, the seal is underneath. So this is everything that you've got, just pulling off the cloth.
Okay.
Because you remember, it's like it's folded, so the seal is going to be on the bottom underneath.
Mm-hmm.
With a 32 in magical training, Kadarin, you'll find out these. I will give you these fine points, and then you can ask me 5 questions. Okay. Number 1. This is trapped all to hell. Number 2, a very high level mage cast this spell. And you can tell that because it's has layers in it. It's almost as if it's hides its intent, right? you'd have to be, it's not going, the curse isn't going to spring just from looking at the front of it.
Okay.
It's in, you're pretty sure, like, the curse itself is attached to something on that you can't visibly see at the moment. You're figuring, mechanically speaking, it's in the seal rather than just on the letter itself.
Mm-hmm. So it's fine till I looked at the seal.
Till you flipped it over, yeah.
Yeah.
And also, it is not, like I said, a very high level mage cast this, and this spell is not, it's not half-assed in any way, right? It's not jury-rigged, it's not, this is almost beautifully, if you look at it magically. There's a level of finesse and elegance in this casting. And although, you might even say that perhaps this isn't necessarily like it's a curse in the sense that the way you would break it requires methodology that you would use to break a curse, but it's much more like an actual spell or ritual performance with an intent to harm.
Okay.
And then 5 questions.
Yes, and you can hold those. You can ask them all now, or you can hold them for the rest of this, to go at various points during this scene.
Yeah, I'll think about it, and I'll come up with stuff.
There we go.
So that's just peeling the silk off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to continue to examine this letter to see what happens. I'm going to pick it up by the corner right here, and gets the thumb and the pointer finger of the glove so daintily on the corner. I'm going to pick it up and turn it over just like this.
Cool. I need you to
Alright,
make a
what
resist
we have
magic
here?
roll, please.
Flip it. Flip it good.
Resist magic. You got it. I got a million.
You should have a bonus. Hold on.
I had a pretty good resist
Yeah.
magic. Oh, shit.
Unfortunately, yeah. I'm still basing this because it's all based on the same spellcasting roll for the mage who cast the spell on the letter the first time. And unfortunately for you, Kadarn, you will see the minute the Ardzo flips the letter over, his eyes, he does that start to waver, and his eyes get heavy, and you see him tumble to the ground.
And here we are, going to lift the corner right now.
He'll flip the leather.
Wow. I could have probably tried to counter that.
Do you want to try and counter it?
No,
could
I mean
dispel
that's
it.
what. No, that's what. Well, dispel can be used.
Yeah.
Like, but no, that's what Kadarn says after Ardzo falls on the ground. I could have countered that.
That was in for Elsa.
I assume we need to summon.
Do we
I
know
think
if Elsa has strong feelings for Ardzo?
I mentioned Brenna's. Figuring it out. We spend a lot of time together. And servants talk.
Yes, the servants will also mention the fact, will have mentioned at least to you and maybe Gavril, but definitely to you, for security reasons, that Ardzo hasn't been sleeping in his room.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I would say that it is a rather safe assumption at this time.
Well, I'm certainly not going to go get her. I mean, there's a magical mystery afoot. It's right
and I
down
hope
my
you're-
alley.
I hope you're gleaning things from this. Oh, Okay.
Gavril will have
I
tightened
have
his
one of the
hand
5
around.
questions.
1 second. Gavril is sorry, I was muted. I was about to say this. Sorry, Gavril's hand was tightened, or just tightened a little bit around your hand to around your waist, Brenna, when Arzo passes out.
Why don't you get someone to summon Elsa? I will make sure also Sand isn't. We'll get him in a. I'll just like give him a little squeeze, and then go over and drag Arzo away. And get him. Maybe just like on the bed next to Javik. Be like, all right, well, we'll just put everybody here.
Arzo's dense. Like, he's dense.
But Brenna's strong. So
Right, correct. But I don't know if you've carried him before. He's thick.
She's not carried him before, but I think she didn't expect anything different. She's like, I imagine dwarves are dense. She's Arzo's, yeah.
Well, I mean, you did have to pull him up on your horse a couple times.
Oh, that's true. I did have to
That's
get on
right.
him. So yeah.
Mhm.
So yeah, no, I'm used to this is not it's fine. I'll just drag Arzo, plop him on the bed next to Javik.
Your question.
Maybe scoot Javik back a bit and Arzo next to him.
Your question, sir.
Has the magic abated a little?
Nope.
Okay.
This is person number 3. It's still going strong.
All right.
Go drop.
My idea of having a lineup of servants to open up the envelope until the spell wears out is
They're canceled.
canceled now. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm actually more interested in learning how this curse came to be and to stop it outright.
Really involves a snowdrop, but and she'll explain everything she knows about how the curse was cast in the village. So like the snowdrop, the ritual mixture, which may have been just to make it spread over a wider area with the hellebore and all the other herbs, putting it in the wells, etc., etc. And she'll just explain that whole spiel, that it was done at a certain time.
Yes, it was.
Mm-hmm.
That would mean that there is probably a mixture of hellebore and snowdrops in.
At least the
the
snowdrop.
wax itself.
Javik did examine the snowdrop at one point, and that knocked him completely out. Took a associate of Javik's.
Gavril, by the way, has left the room for this brief period.
Mm-hmm. It took Xander to wake him up from that one. I believe the snowdrop is a probably focal component. I don't know if the hellebore assisted with the potency to make it expand over an entire village, or if it is integral. But Arzo and I both detected. I detected the. I think it was Jasmine, and he detected the snowdrop underneath it. So.
It feels like it is a little too clean, too ordered to be a simple curse. Normally curses are born out of desperation, out of strong emotions. Almost anyone can curse anyone. It almost seems like it's an enchantment.
Ooh.
An enchantment.
Does my Witcher medallion react now that I'm not the one unconscious? Near Arzo and Javik, because
Your Witcher medallion always reacts near Arzo.
Okay, that's fair. But Javik, near Javik, a little bit more.
Arzo's lying next to Javik, but yes, it did react.
Yeah.
It did a little bit.
It did. Okay,
but but not in a sense of like not like what you would have seen of like a heavy duty curse, right?
Yeah, no. And
Maybe something like an active magic.
Medallion does act as if it is an active magic or light cursing. It was very ritualistically done back in the village. There's a lot of forethought and preparedness that they brought into it, and I know sometimes, occasionally, curses can be wrought in such a fashion, but it does have the propriety or potential to be a spell. It's a very nasty one. Like properties.
And how did you break the curse over the village?
Because those two are unconscious. And regardless out of the room, everyone just kissed each other. There was a lot of drama when we left. There was, and right after that, I investigated the last house in the village that I hadn't been in, and there was a candle lit that was enchanted, and I blew it out and it exploded, and the curse was officially broken then. But maybe don't mention that to people, because I didn't find it until after everyone had already kissed everyone, and yeah.
I'm sure. Not that there's anything wrong with kissing someone you have a strong bond to.
There was a lot of drama in the village as to why certain people woke up certain other individuals. Or didn't wake up certain other individuals in certain cases. Which could have been avoided had I found the candle sooner, but there was a lot going on, to be fair, and people kept trying to kill us, the people who did the rituals, and so there was a lot of stabbing in between.
What color was this candle?
What color was the candle?
Black and gold?
No.
Okay.
The candle was white. It looked like it was just like a normal colored white candle. It was, once you got close to it, you saw the engravings.
Engravings. It had engravings. Some runes, but you had to be close to see them. It just looked like a normal candle from a distance. But it didn't stop burning. Never went out.
Okay. All right. We know Ardzo will be woken up. And I figure so will your brother. The moment
probably
you know who comes back.
Oh, as if he's still in the castle and I think he may have left.
Why?
Because he does that. He runs away from a lot of things frequently. He just goes off. He doesn't think he can stay in one place for too long. He just leaves.
That is not the way to confront your problems.
I know this. We didn't grow up together. I met both my brothers like months ago. I didn't know either of them until then.
But they're your brothers.
Yes, I didn't realize I had any. I was taken in by the witches when I was a baby.
Oh, so you're the eldest? Or you just have no recollection? Okay, no recollection.
The youngest.
Ah,
They're my older brothers. But I was very, very young. Couldn't walk or talk yet. So witches told me that my family had been killed, so they took me in. Apparently that was not quite the case. I don't know them particularly well, but I'm getting to know them better.
Well, enough about family history. There are a few things that I would like to try on this envelope. And the first one is this. And I would like to use...
Throw it at Brenna and see if it sticks. No, I'm kidding. You don't.
Telekinesis.
Oh.
To lift the envelope up and open it.
Yeah, don't flip it around. Just open it.
Yeah, because I can manipulate an object up to 5 encumbrance per point of spellcasting, which is like a fucking lot, as though you were holding it. So I figure I can have the envelope up and then just have the flap
Yeah, and an envelope is in no way, shape, or form that's a 1 encumbrance, if that. Maybe half A third. I mean, it's an envelope. Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah,
I just need
I
you to
can-
roll. I just need you to roll the spellcasting.
I can definitely do that. Let me just check. I'm lowering what little stamina I have left.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, baby. 18.
Yeah,
That's not a
fine.
whole lot.
No,
Okay.
that's fine. I mean, you're lifting up an envelope and opening it. How close are you getting to do this?
Oh, I'm staying a good. I mean, I assume.
Feedback. Yeah.
Yeah, I assume that I came into the room and I
Yes.
stayed by the door while Arzo was doing his things, and then going to the. In my mind, Arzo walked
Yes.
to the letter, so the
Mhm.
letter, the envelope is
We all
a
stayed
certain
back.
distance.
Yeah, I was just making sure that just because things had changed, I wanted to make sure that you were still staying back. Okay, so you stay back. The letter floats up and opens. I need you to do me two things, please.
Yes.
Number one, I need you to roll me a d10.
Two.
Cool. Number two, I need you to roll me a resist magic, and you get a +8.
Awesome. I will burn 2 luck to get a +10.
Yep, and you still have 4 luck from the kindness of chat in the group.
Oh,
Yeah.
I will burn luck from chat.
How many of chat?
Oh, no, wait. That is that like common, like our
Yeah,
blessings
that's your
on
yeah,
Sundays?
yes.
Mhm.
Oh, no. Then I will burn mine. I will not burn like our common pool of luck for this, just so I can be satisfied with a round number. Additional mod 10.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
What? Good freaking thing. That's a 25.
No, it's not.
Not. I rolled a 28 on resist magic, and I didn't get a. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy.
Do you have
I
any
can
more
sleep.
luck you wish to spend before
I
this
mean-
happens?
With all of my luck, I can get to 28. But if I feel that
Use the other luck. Use all of it. Use it all.
Yeah.
Use it all. All of it. Use it.
Sure. Okay. So that's
like
3 luck,
32.
3 luck, and 4 from chat. So that's 7. So it's a 32.
There you go.
You needed to beat a 30, so there you go.
Okay.
Fun fact, I
That's very
rolled for this
powerful.
spell casting and the caster crit. So,
Yeah.
that's what the level that's the number that I've been using this entire time. You
Yep.
feel very tired for a moment. You feel the magic start to
I'm ready to
affect you.
catch Kadarn if need be, 'cause I'm staying
Yeah.
next round.
You feel that magic start to affect you, and as you do, you also feel something else. You feel this wave of like coldness, cold air, just kind of wash over you for a moment. And you're gonna take 2 points of damage.
Ow.
But you kind of shake off the drowsiness effect to open this letter.
Just take off the seal and eat it. Just.
Well, now the envelope is open, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a paper inside?
No.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's because it's a parchment, right? It's a folded. It is the
The writing would be on the.
yeah.
Okay,
parchment.
the envelope is
There's the-
actually the,
yeah.
okay. So I like unfurl it all.
Yeah, and then kind of like flip it over.
Mhm.
There isn't a letter, or at least not a message. There's just a very almost lifelike painting done in inks of literally a snowdrop, a single snowdrop and then you can roll me a regular awareness. Because if you're not physically getting closer, I just need you to roll me awareness.
Can
to
I
see
look
what,
at it too?
Yes, you
Like,
can both look.
what
You
is
can
it?
both look at it from a distance. I just need an awareness to see.
I was standing 10 feet away, like, what's
Yeah.
on there?
19.
Like the eye exam charts.
Mhm.
Like, what's this say?
17. So you both can see, like, again, it's a very lifelike, realistic image of a snowdrop in this black ink. And then you see around it, both of you can recognize at this point what looks like a spell seal, right?
Okay.
Like a ritual circle almost.
Hmm.
Now, I've seen a snowdrop encircled by designs before. Does this look, there's a lot of different angles you can pick of a snowdrop. Does this look at all reminiscent of that specific symbol sign that I've seen
Yes.
on certain pieces of jewelry? Oh, and a blanket.
No.
Yeah.
On a piece of jewelry?
Yes.
No.
Okay, because that's a snowdrop too.
No, but it's a snowdrop entwingled with like a thistle.
Okay.
Or
I just wanted to make
like a thorny
sure
vine. It's a thorny vine.
Thorny
It
vine.
wasn't like the same
No.
perspective. I'm like, oh no.
No, but it does look but it does look like the circle, the symbols do look like another circle you did see of runes on something else.
On a candle.
Yes.
Okay. I'm like, it's a spell runes. It's the same as that was on the candle in the village.
I'm gonna burn one of my questions.
Yep.
Magically speaking, magically or alchemically speaking, what is the significance of a snowdrop? Or the symbolism?
The symbolism of a snowdrop. Well, there are a lot of them. Hold on, please. I need to pull something up. I must bring back my serious notes.
Well,
Because it has to do with a thing.
Yes, give me one. Jesus.
Okay. Where is it? Where is it? You know that it has the snowdrop is a lot of symbolism for rebirth in the beginning of spring. It's the first thing that will actually bloom after the snows melt. You know that there's a number of different, a bunch of different religions, kind of tie to this particular, use it as a Berk, and what was the other holiday?
Not Beltane.
Not Beltane. It's it's what we call
Imbolc.
Huh?
Imbolc?
Imbolc. Yeah, Imbolc. Thank you. It's Imbolc. Yeah. It's like what if you follow modern Celtic religions, it's the lambing holiday. It's in February. It's the first sign of spring. There's fires are lit to celebrate it, and kind of the beginning of warming season. The ground starts to warm, so it's almost time to start planting. It's the time to start preparing the ground for planting. The snowdrops are a lot of religions tied to that. So the you can't think per se of any immediate magical significance. There's a lot of like ritual and religious significance to it. Much more tied to elven holidays but humans use them as well. It's kind of a thing. There isn't really and snowdrops don't have a strong scent, right? It's not like jasmine or honeysuckle or a very heavy like hibiscus or something. Hibiscus is not really heavy, but like heavy scented tropical flowers or even roses. It's very, very soft. So the fact that it's there has some meaning to the individual involved, or perhaps because the letter was actually sent to Javik, if he'd seen it, he might know some more about it. But at this point, you cannot think of any magical reason for there to be snowdrop. You can think of some religious symbology of the new start of the new spring and all of these things.
Okay. The rebirth doesn't really fit with what the curse is doing. My other question would be then, what is the significance of the thorns, like the thorny vine?
No, it's a magic seal.
Yeah.
I was asking if it did have a thorny vine, but it did not.
Oh, it did not. Okay.
I have a seal with a snowdrop and a thorny vine.
Okay, then my question will be, if this spell is a custom-made spell, mages are anything if not a little bit self-centered, and they think highly of themselves. Would I have seen this circle before, or does this circle remind me of like the signature, whatever, like spell or ritual?
It doesn't
or
remind you
hexes
of it. It doesn't remind you it's not something you've seen before. You know that right off the bat. You can kind of examine it, and it goes back to what I said earlier with that 32 in magical training. It's elegant. It's refined. There's no extra, like if you're like looking at this like a math equation, there's no extra, steps that don't need to be there. There's no superfluous points that get added. If it's a beautiful a beautifully intricate, but at the same time also clean and simple. Like it's like looking at a. It's like looking at for a beautiful, clean, modernist aesthetic, right? The lines are very straight. It's smooth. It's beautiful in and of itself, like an Art Deco painting or, Art Nouveau painting. Each of the lines is very precise, but yet flows intricately into the next. So each rune is actually interconnected at this point. It doesn't look. You would have to roll, like, you would have to do some deduction to see if it, doesn't come immediately to mind for anybody in particular. I mean, it doesn't look like Javik's magic. It definitely doesn't look like yours. You'd have to do a little bit more digging to figure out if it's somebody in particular.
Okay. Oh, is the symbol on so that would be my second to last question. Is the symbol on the parchment also enchanted to trigger the curse, or was it just the seal?
Ooh.
No, it doesn't trigger the curse. You're pretty sure it's powering it. So the seal is broken, but it didn't break the curse. The ritual, the circle itself, the magic itself, is like a. You don't even need to that it's still powering.
No, but that means that like if I were to move the seal elsewhere but keep this piece of paper, like I wouldn't be under I won't fall under the curse
No.
every 2 seconds. Good. Good. So with another telekinesis.
I need you to roll again because this is a little bit more intricate. You're separating.
Yeah, I'm tearing the paper.
I'm also going to give you a -2 because you're fighting against, it's part of the same magic, it's like a magical engine almost. If you think of it that way. Or like a bomb. Perhaps
I
a
just
bomb might
get
be a
my
better
sword?
comparison.
And I would have said that the candle blew up. I did say that the candle blew
You
up.
did
when
say
I
that you did say the candle
diffused
blew up,
curse.
but
Yeah,
now you're
this
kind
might
of like
blow up.
pulling. Now you're pulling the trigger and the focus away from the battery, so it's a little bit more intricate work.
Is it still resist magic?
No, this is a spell casting for. I'm assuming you're doing this by telekinesis.
Yes.
Yeah, I need you to roll the telekinesis. You just have a -2 penalty for the fiddly bits, but you're still
22.
fine. You do not explode.
Woohoo! Win.
Yep.
You will then look up and realize that Gavril has come back into the room and isn't saying anything. He's just like standing with his arms crossed. Behind Brenna, and Brenna, you can like feel him standing behind you, like. But he's not doing anything at the moment.
Brenna's watching very, she's a little tense, oh man. Just thinking about, okay, yeah, that's magic, that's circle. Yeah, exploded last time. I'm not gonna say anything. She just, her body language would read as a little bit tense moment until he pulls the seal off, and then I'll give a little sigh of relief. You diffused it then?
Not really. The seal is still a problem, but the paper, and I'll have the paper come to me.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to be able to transcribe
it?
this circle.
Yes.
Yes, and study it. And then probably get rid of everything. No one should touch the seal. It's still active. But I will need some time to study all of this. Oh, and
Back up
someone
with the
should
silks.
make out with Javik at some point.
Just cover back up the seal with some silks. Yeah, again, maybe a sheet of leather, something. Just yeah. Not looking at the seal.
You can do that, particularly because he's already manipulating it with telekinesis to make sure that
Mhm.
you don't actually have to touch it or actually see it or get close to it.
Just big piece of paper. Do not touch. Put it on top of the.
And with that, we're gonna cut away for a moment, and we're gonna see what Yanto's up to. Yanto, how are you doing?
Great. I'm sneaking away.
You're sneaking away.
Yes.
That seems a lot. Where in particular are you sneaking to?
Out of this town, away from this village, away. Very much away. Away. Want to get to the open road.
Can you roll me a wilderness survival, please?
Mm-hmm. I'm very bad at wilderness survival because I'm a city boy. Let's see. Uh, 28. Critical success.
You can follow your way. Where are you headed, sir?
Well, I'm sure if anybody who is in the keep were going to ponder where I was going, they probably remember that I said I was going to go and head off to the coast to go find a nice brothel and settle down and have some good times. That would be to the east.
Southwest.
Southwest, yes, that would be the southwest. I am not actually heading that way right now. I've got some errands to run to the east, so I'm heading towards the east because I gotta head up back the way we came. There's some stuff up there I gotta do.
You can be making your way. You're making pretty good time across the roads.
And like, I'm trying to keep myself like a little bit off the roads so that like I can see where the road is, so I don't lose my bearing, but like I'm not obvious on the road because I don't need people to find me very easily because I'm trying to escape, like in an escaping kind of a way as you do.
So can you roll me a stealth then?
Yes, I can. Stealth. 16.
Good, thank you.
You're
I'll keep
welcome.
track of that.
Thank you. That was like a
Arzo, or not
terrible
Arzo,
roll for me, but
Yanto.
that was a terrible roll. Yes.
You're heading east across the country. You've by this point been traveling for a couple hours. Make good time. There's something off. It's prickling on the back of your neck.
Do you want me to roll practice paranoia?
Yeah.
Because I'm just asking if you want me to do. But if you didn't, that would be fine. Like if there were no problems or there's nothing bad happening, then like that would also be fine. If 29.
Oh, that's beautiful. This prickling, by the pricking of your thumbs, something comes. All on the back of your neck. You've made your way, you're slightly off the roadway at this point, a little bit in the rough, but not so far that you can't see the road to make sure that you're going in the correct direction kind of thing. In front of you, you see a very, very fine carriage moving slowly, red and silver in color, intricately painted. Some
Which
embroidery.
direction?
It's headed east. There's a couple. You see 6 guards around on horseback.
Well, I do not want to overtake it. I will like stop and stay in the rough and wait. I will give it time to sort of like pass on. I want it to be like I want it to be at the very edge of my visual field, and then I will very slowly continue moving forward, but I want to make sure that it is very far away from me. I'll just have to slow down. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna like wait for it to go far distance, and then I will continue making my way, but it's gonna be slow, but this is what it is.
You slow down.
Like I just want to stop until it gets.
Yeah, you stop. The carriage is moving. And then the carriage isn't moving.
It stops moving.
It stops moving.
I'm going to slowly start moving deeper into the forest and like at an angle back.
A hand. Beautiful, refined, long nails. Reaches out from the window, almost to like lift it slightly. And we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to find out what happens next. So, refresh yourselves, get yourself a snack, some drinks. It's all good. Everything's fine here today. It's a great
Audience,
day.
If you don't know, this is the Bruxa who's going to kill Yanto, but Yanto does not know that this is the Bruxa because Yanto does not know that Madame Deschalon is the Bruxa who hangs out with her 6 people.
Suspected Bruxa. I mean,
Ace,
there's a slight off chance that it might not be.
Also,
but,
you're assuming that the Bruxa wants to kill you.
Or whatever. Or like seduce me, eat my brain, whatever is going on. But
we'll
he
find out
doesn't
in a
know
minute.
it. He doesn't know it. He doesn't know that
We'll
that's
find out in a
Bruxa.
minute. Bye. hello everyone. We hope you're refreshed back, all of that good stuff. And, Yanto. This hand reaches out of the carriage window and points exactly where you are.
Did I roll resist magic?
You're not rolling a resist anything. She knows where you are. And as this figure points out at you, you see 3 of the guards peel off and start coming towards you.
I run. I mean, I want to know if there was a resist magic first for like No.
She's not doing that. But you do hear in your mind, running is not a good thing, my dear. It's just stressful. So I need you to...
Riding?
Are you riding? No, you're running. You didn't say you took a horse.
Well, I took a horse in.
But you didn't say
You took
your
a horse out.
Right.
You snuck out of the castle in the middle of lockdown.
Okay.
You
I
did
will
not take a
do
horse with you.
Athletics, I suppose, then,
Yes, it is in athletics.
16.
28.
You left all your other stuff there too. So
Yeah, you left it. Yeah.
Okay. So they
these-
catch me.
They're going to catch you.
Yeah.
Are
Okay.
you going to try and fight?
No, I can't fight. I have no fighting skills. I will be caught, is what will happen. I will be caught.
Yes.
I will run until they catch me down and probably
Yeah,
knock
it doesn't
me
take them
unconscious.
it actually doesn't take them very long.
It's like probably like immediately. Like I go to run and they're just on me.
That you go to run and you realize that they are like fully armored and professionals, and they, 2 of them grab you and then the third is walking behind you.
And I struggle weakly because I am incompetent at fighting, and it is fruitless.
They bring you up to the carriage window and you see this, and the heavy red and silver embroidered shade has been pulled up, and you see the figure. Excuse me. I just need to make sure I put them in. Did I put them in this one?
I've not seen them yet.
No, she is not. That's why I took a second to check. That was not what I wanted to do. Dang it. I can fix that. Hold on please hold for one moment for technical difficulties. All right.
And I would say also for the record that I'm unarmed and unarmored and I have nothing on me. Because if I didn't take anything, I'm probably just wearing clothes, and I don't have anything protective or offensive.
You see seated in this carriage a very beautiful woman of indeterminate age, somewhere between 30 and 40, 50, maybe between 30 and 40. Dressed in a heavy red and blue silver embroidered gown, full damask silks, brocades. It's come a very sedate jewelry, and it's almost like the embroidery and the small stitching of gems and jewel tones onto the gown, the bodice of the gown itself, offsets any need for any large pieces of jewelry. She is wearing a small necklace around her throat. Her dark brown hair is kind of pulled back a little bit, so it's easy to see her face, and her, she's got a very round but slightly dignified, you see just a little bit of hint of a jawline and cheekbones.
Yanta's going to start counting because somebody was in his head, so he's just going to start counting numbers and concentrate on the numbers that he's counting on, and just like the feel of like he's just going to kind of rub his finger against his thumb against his finger and just concentrate on the feeling of the thumb against the finger and just counting on the numbers, and that is all he's going to sort of keep in his head.
And she's kind of like leaning, she's rested her elbow on the sill of the window of the carriage and is kind of leaning over and looking at you, looking down on you from the inside the carriage because of just, you know.
And he's not going to look at her. He's going to look at the door of the carriage.
Lord, who are you? Aren't you delightful?
Just numbers.
She's saying this out loud.
Yeah, he's not responding to her. He's grabbed by guards. He's not speaking to her. He's just keeping numbers in his head and the feeling of his thumb against his finger. Because she's some kind of mage, because she can do mind reading stuff, or like a dragon maybe. Anyway, she's some sort of mage person, so he's gonna not have thoughts in his head that she can read.
Why didn't things spell correctly? There we go. Well, I am Lady de Chalon. And you are?
He does not respond. He keeps only the numbers in his head and the feeling of his thumb against his forefinger as he, as the guards have him.
Running away. You look very, very well dressed for someone on the road at the moment. Without a horse. And she'll reach down and like that hand, and you'll realize at this point she doesn't have gloves on. She reaches down and just uses the long nails that she has that are like long nails, like actual like long nails, that are very nicely shaped, to brush your hair away from the side of your face. I wonder, little elf, what are you running from?
He thinks about numbers. Because as far as she's a noble, and he's caught, but also a mage, which means she probably knows everything. I mean, that's probably how mages work. So he's going to not...
She's
he
gonna
just
roll
found out.
seduction on you. As she brushes the hair away from your ear. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
He doesn't roll to resist. He's like, you have me, what do you want? Like, he just basically, he's gonna let her take him. He's not resisting. He knows he's caught. And so he's just gonna be taken by her.
Really?
Yeah, because he's been caught. And like he knows that she's a mage probably because she can do mind magic, and he's caught. There are guards who can stab him. There's no chance of him resisting her. He's learned that from Javik, so he's not going to resist. Like he's not going to be able to run, and he cannot resist mages.
Okay, so that's that. But I'm saying is,
yeah.
She rolled a 40 on the seduction roll.
She's sexy.
She's sexy, and you're just a little bit, not in love with her, but you're...
This is what you want. Whatever it is, I'll do it.
Oh, really?
Yep, you want me to... Whatever you want. My life's over anyway.
Oh. Never say that before it's actually done, darling. And she's now brushing your hair almost comfortingly.
Whatever it is, you caught me. My life's yours. Whatever it is, you got it. I don't care anymore.
Oh. I just have a small little request.
What do you want me to do? And do I need to sign something or what?
Oh, no. Signing things? No. Why would we sign anything, darling?
Well, I mean, I figure I'm your captive, so...
Oh, captive? That seems so...
Yeah.
Coarse and unrefined.
I'm kind of coarse and unrefined. It's all right.
No,
I've been,
no, darling. You were coarse. Now you're very, very refined.
So, what is your request, milady? How may I serve you?
I need you to pick up a small bauble for me.
All right. Who do I ask?
Well, her current name, I think she's traveling under some... Oh, what is it? Eleanor? Yes, Eleanor Delcroix.
Yeah, I know. I figure you should know that I'm not going to be able to pick up any. I mean, if I could ask her, she'd give it to me, all right. But
Shh. You said you'd do anything for me.
I will. But I'm just going to let you know if you
Oh, pretty.
listen. I'm trying to tell you so you can know what your expectations are. Is this bauble you want me to pick up? Is it the thing that she's going to give me willingly, or you want me to steal it from her? Because if you want me to steal it from her, I'm going to fail. I'm going to be put in the dungeon. So I just want you to know that I'm going to do it. I will be in the dungeon for you. I don't mind.
I don't care how you get it.
All right, but
She might even hand it to you.
well, if it's important, she probably won't. But
She
I'll
does
tell you
so
what,
many nice things for nice people, and you're such a sweet boy.
madam. Please don't be mistaken. I'm not particularly sweet, and I'm not particularly competent. So I'm going to
sure
do
you
it.
taste very sweet.
That's nice of you to say. I'll do it, but I just want you to know I'm kind of filled with sadness and sorrow that I'm going to fail you the way I'm going to. But I'll die trying, so
Oh, you won't fail me.
I'm afraid I will. But
You'll
try.
Perhaps she'll even hand it to you. Or you might ask someone else. I just need this small little bauble. We play
Yeah.
this little game, she and I, back and forth.
Yeah. Look, I've checked her. She's in a castle with really good security, and I just want you to know that I'm gonna fail. I'm gonna fail you, and I'm really sad, but I'm gonna do my best.
Then I'm sure that you'll be fine. All I want is you to try.
Oh, I will. But
And then you'll
I
come
just
and
want you to
see
know.
me.
oh, if I get out of the dungeon, probably. But
Oh, I have faith in your skills. And she, at this whole point, she's just playing with your hair. And it's half, like, in the very, very back of your mind that is a professional Yanto. It's that half seductive, but at the same time, it's this touch of maternal in it as well.
yeah, I don't think his professional mind is hearing it at all. Right? That's a
No.
40 seduction. I think that he just is.
No,
he's
his
with her.
professional, like, when you get back and out of this, like, a while, and you can actually think again, you might come to the point, it's like, it's not just seduction. There is this, like, you feel this, like, faith in you. And you feel that as well, even as she's talking to you. It's like, she firmly believes that you can do anything, that you are
Yeah.
that good. And,
Yeah, but she doesn't know me. That's always the problem
but
in
she
it.
chose you.
Yeah.
And
Good people always choose the wrong folks, but I'm gonna try anyway. So,
she,
what do you want, and where should I bring it if I get out?
when you get out, you come and see me. I think you'll be just the perfect little addition to my helpful little enterprise.
So, what am I supposed to get?
Just a hairpin. It's a very simple little jade hairpin.
How big? How expensive?
Not very big, I mean...
Is it something she wears, or is it something
Oh.
she keeps?
No, she wears it almost frequently.
All right.
Sorry. One moment,
All right.
please. It's about 20 centimeters, 20 centimeters.
All right.
Silver. In the end is a jade, carved jade. A little bauble hanging from the bottom.
Okay.
White
Silver.
jade.
White jade. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And she always wears it.
I mean, she wears it frequently. Would you like to roll to see if you remember this item?
I suppose I could. What would that be?
I would just use, in this case, awareness as a retroactive, like your awareness of her previously.
19.
You've seen it. You've seen her wear it. Definitely when she performs. You didn't see her wearing it at the castle, but at the same time, you didn't really see her in a more like it didn't go with anything she wore to like any of the banquets kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah.
So it wouldn't have been odd not to see her wear it then. And her hair since she was attacked has mostly been down, like not as intricately put up. And you could probably make an inference from that she, because
It's probably in her, but I've not seen it at the castle at all.
you saw did you see her before dinner?
No.
Yeah, I don't think she would have in any of the time you've seen her, because after she was attacked, she's mostly been styling her hair down because she's got like Brooksabite in her neck.
Yeah.
And Eleanor, look, there have been scarves, okay?
Yeah.
There are scarves, there have been hair draping, lots of this.
Milady, I remember seeing this pen months ago. In the past, I haven't seen it where she's at now.
Oh, I know she has it.
Well,
She'd never get rid of it. Well, we trade it back and forth. It's our little game.
Well, it's not my business. I'm gonna just let you know. Eleanor's got me number, so I'm not gonna be able to. I can't lie to her as she sees through me, so I can't deceive her. And the security's really tight, so the chances are, it's really tight. And actually, when I was leaving, they put everything on lockdown, so the security's like double tight. So chances are real bad I'm gonna be successful at this. I might not even be able to get in, and if I get in, I'm probably not gonna be able to get it. And if I do get it, probably not gonna be able to get out. But I'm gonna do my best.
I have hope and faith in you.
I would ask you maybe get a backup because somebody she don't know, she ain't met before, somebody different. So that would be my suggestion. But I don't know which manor you stay in. I know the Deschles have got more than one. Which one are you at?
Oh, you can come find me in Beauclair.
All right.
I'm going to Beauclair, and I look forward to seeing you then.
I'm try my best. Yeah. Look, I always feel like it's my responsibility to tell people who I'm working for. The odds and the chances, I try not to, I don't lie to people that I work for. That's bad business. So...
I do love a professional.
Well, so not really. So yeah, not really. Just to let you know, I'm gonna have to go in secret because if they know me, I'm not getting back out again. That's getting out the first time was a bit tricky. So I can't go in obvious. I'm gonna have to break in, and that's gonna be real hard because the security's real tight. Even if it wasn't that tight, it was actually not gonna be easy to break in. It's that Gavril's got real top security, so chances are bad. When I was in there, I always looked and I said, yeah, it's not a place to do any kind of job. I said to myself, this place is well above me capability. So
Shh. I know you'll do your best.
I will, but I don't want you to get your hopes up, and I don't want you to be super disappointed. That would break me heart if I disappointed you. So.
Oh, you could never disappoint me, little one.
Yeah. That's what me mum would say, right? Before she got killed. So,
I'm so
I just
sorry.
would, it would make me feel better if you didn't get your hopes up and it didn't lay too much faith in me, because the kind of disappointment that's probably coming your way is, it'd make me feel real bad to just think about it. So if you just maybe, give me a couple of weeks, and if I don't show up, figure out I'm dead or captured and get somebody else to do it. But I tell you now, I'm not gonna try my best to get it, and I'm not gonna be swayed but I'm gonna have to make sure that nobody in that castle sees me, because I know too many people at Anne try to talk me and all that stuff, and that's unwise. So I'm gonna have to do it the hard way.
And she'll like lay, as she says that, she'll lay her finger across your lips. And then just bring her finger, that same finger, around the bottom of your chin and lift your face up to hers. And as you look into her eyes, she'll smile. And it's that Mona Lisa smile with mostly her eyes, right? Just looking at you. And she believes that you can do this, Yanto. And
Yeah.
she understands that you say that you can't and the reasons, but she still believes because you are that good.
This just fills him with so much sadness, because people have believed in him before and he's always disappointed them. And he is going to do it, but he is so sad about disappointing her. And he knows the odds are really against him, and he's going to try real hard. He's going to have to bring out everything he can, but it's just a long line of people he's going to disappoint.
She will then, with her other hand from inside the carriage, and she'll bring her left hand back inside the carriage, and then she'll lean over and hand you this silk handkerchief that's intricately embroidered in red and silver along the hem. And will then, as she kind of leaves it with you, for when you come see me in Beauclair, to remember me by.
Thank you for this favor. And he tucks it into like an inner breast pocket, so it's close to his heart. Well, I hope, madam.
And she'll like leave her hand out as if waiting for you to kiss it.
Which he will do.
I look forward to seeing you in Beauclair. And then she'll just bring her hand back in and leave it just sitting on the side of the sill as she knocks on the roof of the carriage. And you see those 3 guards move back into formation, and the carriage begins to proceed away.
And he won't leave until after she's out of sight. He'll just keep watching her until she's gone. And then he will turn back towards the castle and figure out who he has to murder, poison, kill to get her what she needs, and how to do this thing, the nigh impossible. And he'll sort of slowly move back. He's going to look for like if he can see like if he ever comes across like a villager, somebody wandering on the road, something like that, he's going to attack them if he can, to try to get their clothes, so that he's not wearing what he's currently wearing, so he looks sort of different. He'll try to maybe, he's not really good at that either. He'll try to maybe set a trap. He doesn't have those kinds of skills. He's going to try to do something. So he's going to try to look for somebody who looks like, I don't know, unarmed and super weak, maybe old and decrepit. Before he gets into the town. In 18. Oh, that's a 2. I don't want that. I want this. A 5. Yeah.
Thanks, Coldrake. I appreciate somebody telling me I was muted.
Oh.
So that 5 is to check the distance as you are looking for someone to be, to attack.
He's looking for somebody old and infirm. Somebody super weak.
Old you don't find. You do find a drunk who's unconscious.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Like on the side of the road, and it's very obvious, like, because by this point it's almost to dinner time, right?
Yeah.
It's been a day, and this particular individual is like half in the ditch, and there's like still the bottle next to him, where he has passed out.
Yeah. I'm gonna take his clothes.
Anything else you're taking?
Well, whatever he's got on him. I'll
Okay.
steal everything.
Good.
He's drunk. He doesn't get to keep anything. That's it.
You
Take
can
it
take
all.
his clothes. You will find about like 3 half-crowns, and like a basic hunting knife.
I'm gonna go and reach in, and I probably have. I know I have I would have kept my makeup kit and my like makeup disguise, like the things I need to my work tools. Put on some lipstick, kiss him on the cheek a couple times, make it look like he's been in a situation, and then I think that's amusing. And I'm going to I'm gonna have to do this.
Look,
Does he have
okay,
any food on him?
wait. Roll me a D100.
Oh, D100. Hold on. Wait, D100. Go. 70.
Cool. Good to know. Thanks. I'm gonna hold that.
And then so once he makes him look embarrassed, he knows that this is going to have to be long and patient. So he's going to sort of make his way to some. Does this guy have any food on him? I'm going to take his drink. We'll take that. That'll be fine.
He doesn't have any food on him. He doesn't have a bag or anything even. He's got the small, pocket, for coin, but there's not a lot.
Well, I'll take his alcohol then. And Yanto's going to go into the woods, try to get to a place where he can see as close as he can. He wants to sort of get visual on the keep. He wants to get to a space where he can actually see it. It doesn't have to be close, but he wants to be able to see it. And he's going to stay as many days in hiding as it takes for their security to lessen.
Okay.
Because right now there's no way to sneak in. So he's going to basically stay in hiding in the dirt, in the ditch, until their security lessens.
Okay.
And he can wait.
So roll me a D1. Roll me stealth.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna roll stealth each day that you're hiding, by the way.
Okay. And I imagine because it's a keep and not a town, I cannot case the joint. So.
I mean, it's. You can.
Yeah, because it's a settlement, though.
I mean, it kind of is, because it's not just, it's a keep. It's a castle. It has castle-y things. A castle isn't just, the mansion. It's the falconry and the barracks and the kitchens and the blacksmith and all of these things, right?
Yeah, but that's all within the castle walls, and I don't think it'll count, but let me just check, because I believe they really sort of actually mean settlements, but let me check, because there's a DC, and I suspect it won't go, but let me see. Skills. Give me why not? I'll just do
skill tree.
Give me a second. It quit on me. Go. Okay. Because it was like small village, large city. That's like let's go with
skill tree.
There it is. Yeah, Hamlet Town City Capital. I just don't think I can do a castle.
I would say it counts as a hamlet, right? It has the same population.
Okay. So let me case the joint.
Yeah. And I mean, but you also were wandering around inside the building for extended periods of time.
Yeah, but it only lasts like the case would only last 2 days, so that that bonus would have.
Yeah, but at the
gone.
same time, it's like you've been doing that for a while, so this will be.
Yeah.
You don't get a bonus for that, but I'm saying is like you can thematically think of it that way. So a 20, okay,
So I have a +2 to stealth for 2 days.
okay, good. So roll your stealth.
Okay. And I'll and awareness, right, to sort of see when it looks like they're less alert, because I know that they're super alert right now, so I'm like a little paranoid about it. Okay. +2 for day 1, a 19.
Okay, so we're just gonna stay with day 1 for right now. All right. So that's a good. You're in a ditch, hiding with a 19. Good to know.
Yeah,
We'll come
like
back to
undercover. Like I'm gonna cover myself up with like all what do you call it? With camouflage, just like trying to be like a under leaves and hiding. And my goal is I cannot see anybody I know because they will try to talk to me, and that's no good. So I cannot disappoint the lady. So nobody I know I can see, nobody I know I can interact with. If anybody I know comes near me, I'm going to, or like there might be a chance they might interact with me in some way, I am going to move away. Like my goal is to not have anybody who might dissuade me from my mission of helping the lady anywhere near me. And then also I don't want to have to hurt anybody that I know. So it's like
okay, good to know. But we're gonna come back to the study, or no, excuse me, the former countess's bedroom. Let's use that.
We'll call it the upstairs infirmary.
The upstairs infirmary. I mean, that's a good try for that. That's a good choice. So the upstairs infirmary. We're gonna. Here's the thing. Elsa will have been brought and is now standing around looking at Kadern and Brenna. Gavril has been pulled away. He's kind of like gave Kadern this look like, I'm leaving my wife in your care, and if anything happens to her, I will gut you like a pig and then slowly strangle you with your own intestines.
It doesn't work. Yeah. Like a nice, like, oh, leaving up to you, buddy. Like that kind of look.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's just a hint of menace and threatening at the same time. And then he will, because he has some issues to resolve because of the lockdown and some other things to deal with. But Elsa kind of like, what is...
So, our dear Artso has tragically fallen under a curse.
Is he okay?
Well, he won't be if he is not awoken. This curse requires someone with a connection to the individual to kiss them, to attempt to wake them up.
Like, there's this brief moment of, like, blush that goes across her face.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it's like, she kind of straightens up. It's like, it's not that blush of, like, she feels embarrassed about her relationship with Arzo in any way, but at the same time, it's like, you're basically, like, a mother figure, and, like, this conversation is awkward, because you're also her employer.
Yeah, I am.
Like,
she gives, like, a nice friendly, like, she keeps her body language very friendly, like, I approve of this. I know Arzo is very fond of you, so I figured you would be the best person to call.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. And she will walk over to the side of the bed.
And I'll just turn and be like, don't worry, I'm just, looking like, face Kadern. Like, look at what he's looking at on this piece of paper. Give her, like, I'm still in the room if you need anything, but I'm not intruding on your personal space.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She will then reach her hand out and, like, put one of her hands on Ardzo's, like, inside of his hand to kind of clasp it. Like, her left hand into his left hand as it's laying on the bed. And then very, very gently, like, brush the side of his face and like the hair, like the little pieces of hair that have fallen into, across his forehead, and like brush it away, and then lean over and very gently and almost sweetly kiss Arzo. Arzo, I need to ask you a question. It's a very important question.
Out loud in front of people or in secret?
I'm going to ask this question in secret. It's a super secret question.
Ooh.
I need that answer because it's a very important answer.
Typing.
Suspense is killing me.
It's always with this group of people, things that should be like a yes or no. In fact, I have an essay.
What? I would know nothing about that.
Well-
if you asked Brenna, she like Gavril a whole lot, and she'd be like, well, yeah. So, or if, although there are other people you could ask questions about, and she'd be like,
She'd feel awkward answering? I mean, yeah.
possibly. Like, it's your sibling. Yeah, and I've known them a month. Yeah.
Purely because it affects mathematics.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. On a scale of 1 to 10.
Exactly.
Even
that
what's
answer.
your feels for?
Not good.
That's not.
That's
great.
not good, I guess.
It's not great.
It's a 15.
That's 15's not bad
No, it is not.
as a whole.
As a whole.
In generally speaking.
But remember how I said he crit on this? It did improve. It did push the DC. You, Arzo, you are still asleep, but you like have this moment of where you hear
Sure, for
Elsa's
just a little
voice.
second.
Yeah, well, you hear Elsa's voice calling you in a dream to dinner. And then you just kind of, and you think that like, it's like actually calling you to dinner, but no, it's just in your dream. And you keep sleeping.
Cool.
Is there any physical reaction from Arzo? Like, does he stir a little bit?
Gonna go cry now.
Oh, no.
BRB, gonna go in the corner and cry.
No. Such a good bonus. Just.
I mean, you can't.
Peer pressure. It's the performance anxiety. Yeah.
It's totally the performance.
It's, and it's, there's like a little bit of movement in like his hands. I mean, I don't want to take anything from Billy, there's this moment of like beginning wakefulness, but then you just get this, it's just the dream. So, whatever physical signs you might notice from that.
He'll someone that's sleeping, and if you like disturb them or kiss them on the forehead, or like you get out of bed and they're still in bed, so they sense something's happening out there, and then they'll like smack their lips and like go back to bed, and then he'll get like the taste of stew, and then he'll get like stew breath, and then like readjusts comfortably, and then just out.
So you do see movement, like small amounts of movement.
Okay.
And Elsa like looks at you, very, very concerned at this point.
Oh dear.
What am I?
Well, this is a very potent curse. The magic Kadarn is dealing with, since our other mage is knocked out. I really appreciate you trying. I think maybe we should look into possibly Brenna's like, what do I say? I can't lie. There's this moment where she's like, oh. What was his favorite food that you would make that he liked? That he raved about the most? I know he's very much into cooking.
The lamb and the stew, and he really enjoyed the muffins.
You perhaps whip up a small batch of stew or muffins and bring them up here.
Yes, I can.
He stirred. That is more of reactions than we've gotten, so that is a good sign.
Yes. Okay. And she
Thank you,
is
Elsa.
gripping onto you as a life force of both,
I will give her I'll give her a hug. I'll just bring her in. Thank you.
Okay.
Give her a nice hug and it's okay, they're there. She may not have a lot of empathy, but she's seen it, you know?
Yep.
She had a lot of empathy at one point in her life, and then, Witcher training.
Mutagens, what can you do?
Mutagens! Yeah, so, but she'll, let Elsa go, be like, I hope that was comforting.
Yep. So Elsa will leave.
And once Elsa's gone, she's kind of mother, well, John Silva's here. I would suggest bringing him in next, but, ooh. Right.
I come back into the room. Have I missed anything?
Oh,
Shit, he's still asleep.
so the kiss, he stirred, but he did not awaken. Elsa was a bit nervous. Don't know if that had any effect, but
There might be another way yet.
oh,
I can try dispelling the curse, but I'm going to need to rest before I try this.
that is understandable. They have some time, I assume. I mean, it took 2 days to break the curse in the village, so this one does seem particularly potent. Take all the rest that you need.
That is all that I can do at the moment.
Appreciate it. I ask for Yanto, or if you, or Lord Bytona's part, if you see him.
I have not seen Lord Bython.
If you happen to see him, I don't know, maybe he's not left, he's just skulking about. But if you see him, let him know about Artso. And that Elsa was not able to awaken him.
Hey, Prax, I have a question.
I might have an answer.
That guy's a medieval villager, right?
Yeah.
Medieval villagers usually have knives on them, not fighting knives, but
yeah, I
knives
said he had a hunting knife.
hunting
Hunting
knife.
knife.
Yeah, so I do have that.
Yeah. I said
Yeah.
he had a hunting knife and 3 crowns, 3 half
Yeah.
crowns.
Yeah, I'm gonna go deeper into the forest, quite far away, and make sure that I cannot betray the lady. If they start torturing me, so I'm gonna take care of that.
Cool. All right.
I'm gonna have to start fire too for the cauterization. Yes, Simon, I am. I am indeed. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's gonna cut his tongue out and then cauterize the wound. Because
I want you to roll deduction for 1 moment before you perform this action.
Before you perform this.
he knows that mages can still get in his mind, but he figures physical torturers won't be able to get it if he has no time. So at least it's 1 step that he can do. Do I get a bonus to do the bad thing because she rolled a 40?
Oh, I need you to roll a deduction for me first.
Okay. 17.
Cool. You have seen this done.
Mm-hmm.
You lived in Redania.
I did.
You did grow up in the streets and gangs in the Redania.
Yep.
Here's your big thing. You know that a professional doing this still has a 60-40 chance of cutting the veins and arteries in the mouth and therefore causing the individual to bleed to death.
I'm gonna make sure that I have I'm gonna make the fire, right, so that I can cauterize immediately.
Then, okay.
Right, so that
I'm going to tell you, it's like you, without that professional chance to doing this to yourself, is going to have a much lower chance of success. Would you, and if you fail this, you will die and not be able to perform the task that you want to do at all.
But if I get caught and they torch me, I'm going to give up her secrets.
I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you these things.
Yeah.
I'm professionally telling you these things. Oh, you can get a small thing, but I have 2 things I need you to roll first.
I'm ready.
I need you to roll endurance.
Okay. I'm not very endurance heavy. I'm lithe. 14. Which is pretty good for me, actually. That's actually really good. That was like a great roll for me. Make sure I have the torch first.
It's hot, right?
Yep. But I made sure I moved far enough away so that when I scream, because I'm sure that's going to happen.
Oh, that's not the problem at the moment.
Hear me. Yeah.
That's straight up not the problem at the moment. Cool. You're gonna pass out.
Yeah, I imagine I would. Before I can cauterize?
I don't think you succeed. You do not successfully cut out your tongue. You pass out before you can get all the way across.
Okay.
You've half cut your mouth open.
Okay.
And that's where we're going to leave that, because I have a very vivid imagination and I don't need to talk about that anymore. Thanks all.
But I went deeper in the forest so that people couldn't hear me scream.
Yep, well, you passed out before you screamed. It's fine. We'll come back to whether or not you survive. Great. Hi, how's everyone doing on that one? We all okay? Are we all okay?
I'm okay.
I understand you're okay. I'm checking in with all of the other players and the people at home, because that was emotion, and admittedly it was a 40 on a seduction roll. She did not she did not compel you. She just said. All right. So, we all okay?
My face is just gonna be stuck like this.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. As long as all fine. Okay. So, that's happening out in the woods. Kadarn, Elsa could not wake Arzo up, but he's slightly stirred. What would you like to do at the moment?
I'm gonna rest so we can try to dispel
Yeah,
it.
I need my stamina back, so I need to rest.
Okay. Is there anything anyone else would like to do? Well, is there anything Kadarn or Brenna would like to do before I give you the night's rest?
I think Brenna. I have a feeling that Yanto's either skulking around doing some con thing somewhere, possibly in town, and knowing that the thing was teleported in, is going to work on calming Gavril down. Be like, look, I think the threat has passed. The Deschalons have even left town. That's possibly someone who maybe, because that, check on, our, or at least send word to get our good guardsman, Constantine, captain of the guard, checked on, see if he's come to yet. Just like, do some nice things.
Yeah, the message you'll get back about Constantine is he is no longer, the treatment for whatever was, infecting him has been successful. The surgeries were successful. It's now just he's sleeping off being severely beat to shit and ripped apart by a Bruxa.
And that's fair. So, yeah, being like, that's good news. And just working on me like, I think we're okay. The threat has been contained. We've got a mage studying it. I'm sure it won't take long to get this whole thing dispelled. That kind of thing. Like, I think the rest of the castle's fine. That, just work on that. I'm gonna try to do.
So that's what you're doing. Kadarn, is there anything you're doing this evening?
No, I'm going to. I have zilch, so it's going to be sleep.
I mean, you
But
could talk
wait.
to people without spellcasting.
You can
Like,
seduce some people, is what I'm trying to say. Because, like,
Yeah,
you're free
no,
now.
but yes, but my number one priority is to get the curse lifted on Arzo,
Yeah.
and then my number two priority will be to find Yanto to wake up Javik.
Or we could find Yanto to wake up both, because that's what Rena said. Would probably work.
so the night will pass, and yeah, Yanto, you are going to take. By the way, now that you've cut your own tongue out, or now that you've damaged your tongue, I need you to roll me a D100. Call of Cthulhu rules here, people.
I'm on it. 72.
You're gonna take. You're bleeding out. And you're gonna take.
Oh, I take extra damage when I bleed.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
That's why I had that roll.
Yeah, I take a
+2 to every bleeding condition.
Yes, I
you
do.
you currently have a bleeding condition.
because I have a bad circulatory system after that Brooksa attacked my heart.
Everybody's after your heart, Yanto.
Yeah, you're bleeding. You're currently going to take 5 points of damage for every hour that you do not get treated
Okay.
or treat yourself. Also, you cut your tongue, dude. All of your charm stats are going down by 5.
Yeah.
It's real hard to be a charming motherfucker if you can't talk.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't think he can do that job. He's like, for him, he's like, oh, I can't do this, but there's only one person who believes in me, and that's her. And I can steal for her, I hope. But I don't want to give away her secrets, because clearly this is a big thing.
I mean, like,
clear
you
there's
have
a thing.
half your tongue.
Yeah.
That's not going to help in the long run, but you can still kind of talk.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, he found the one person who believed in him right when he needed someone to believe in him.
Didn't he just?
Yep. And he will do whatever he needs to do to not betray her.
So, that's, you have, by the way, you're taking -5. You will come to. That -5 will start when you come to. I'll say that you take 10 HP right off the top.
Yeah.
And then that -5 will be every hour after you awaken. Because I don't want to, I mean,
Okay.
I, as a GM, feel that it's really unfair for me to be like, you're unconscious for 6 hours and you're bleeding for 6 hours. You're just going to die. If I was going to, it would be better in
Yeah.
that case for me to just say, oh no, you're going to die. I'm sorry. But you, so here, all right. So morning comes. Everyone else who had any physical damage can get their recovery back in damage. Simon, by the way, we're playing with the alternate rules. So you get your full stamina back off of short rest rules. So you have all of your, whatever your recovery hit points you need for those who are injured, and then Arzo's still unconscious. Kadarn and Brenna, what would you like to do?
Well, first thing in the morning will be to try to dispel the curse from Arzo.
A thing I forgot for last night was we just see if the stew would wake Arzo from the curse. Like having Elsa feed him some stew.
Oh, I like this idea. I like this idea. Okay. So I will say, we'll do, in this case, we'll count it as a reroll. We won't change the, won't change the benefits of everything, just a second roll.
Because, he's asleep in a curse and, you should feed him some stew, just give him
Maybe
good
not
thoughts of
stew,
waking
maybe just soup.
Yeah, the soup, yeah.
Because
Or like just the stew sauce. without the chunks.
Yeah.
Like watered down a bit. So it's
Yeah.
still the same scent and flavor that Artso knows,
You
but
have to funnel it in, just like shove a funnel and just pour the.
Yeah, because you don't. The chewing would be difficult. We don't want to choke on.
yeah,
Stew. Don't
No,
choke on
no.
food.
just the sauce, the stew sauce.
Okay. So in the evening, then Elsa will come back and sit very daintily by his side, and with a small bowl, and the room fills.
He's
with
got
the
to keep
scent
up his
of-
strength,
Yeah.
like.
and the
Also
room
doesn't know how
feels.
this works, and it's okay.
The room starts to fill with the scent of this beautiful, complex stew, broth, and she is very considerate. Because you told her this is to like help them, keep up their strength. She brought a bowl for somebody to feed to Javik as well.
Oh, that's
because
great. Yeah, Brenna will, I guess, do that.
Because this is what you
Yeah.
know.
Oh no, that makes perfect sense. I'll feed my brother, you feed Artso. Yeah.
So
Probably just watching her.
yeah. But a 25. Arzo, you're
Woo!
revived by
The
the
stew.
power of cooking.
Oh,
I knew it
yes.
was the stew.
Yes. Yes.
For Javik or
Arzo.
For Arzo.
Arzo comes
Arzo.
back from the power of food.
Yeah, sorry, I'm still like my head is in like 7 minutes ago zone still. So yeah, some freaking good ass stew.
Fed by Elsa. Yeah.
And her
Her
feelings
tender
are probably
touch, her tender,
hurt.
caring touch.
Yeah. Yeah.
She doesn't know. I didn't tell her how it worked exactly. I just said she needed to feed you stew. Okay.
And here's like, if people think maybe like, oh, they spent the night in each other's room, they're just like all night cooking fests. It's like,
They're cooking.
my parents is like, I'm like, hey mom, I'm gonna go out for the evening, and they're like, oh, where are you going? And then I give some nondescript answer, and they think I'm gonna go party and meet some girls, but I'm taking my desktop over to my buddy's house for a LAN party.
Yes. Yes.
Because LAN parties
Um,
are fun.
Yep.
Yes. Yes.
So, minor retcon, Arzo will be woken
Yeah.
in the evening, later in
Well,
the
I mean,
evening.
Yeah, but Kaderin was probably already went to
Yeah.
sleep.
Yeah, but it's also going to be like, it had been evening.
Peter would wake
and-
up to the news.
Yeah, you would
that-
wake up
yeah.
to the news, and it was also one of those. Elsa had been sent away to cook, and a stew's going to take a couple hours, right?
Several hours, probably.
She
yeah.
she was doing a bunch
She
of other
wants it
cooking.
to be good. Good solid stew.
Yeah. So it's late at night when this happens. So Arzo will wake up to stew, and then we'll just say that you're encouraged to rest for the rest of the evening. Elsa will sit beside you, do that little, like, sit on the stool, kind of hand-holding Arzo moment.
Very cute.
Very cute, like, with her, like, head rested on the side of the bed kind of thing. And then morning will come, and the three of you are awake.
Good morning, Atsu.
Good morning. Glad to see. I am hoping that me passing out served some merit in Kadern's study of the curse and its effects. Yes?
I look at Kadern.
Maybe. I mean, I did study the curse, like the envelope. Your condition, a little less so.
Oh, okay, one thing at the time, I was talking about the curse in the envelope, not,
Well, I mean, they're all related. You fell asleep because of the curse. I could have also taken a look at what magic was at work to drain your vitality or whatever.
that
You could still
curse.
examine
Yeah,
Javik if you
that
like.
curse,
He can stay asleep.
absolutely. Let us focus on that curse and nothing else.
You've said
What
the word
else would we
curse like
focus
5
on?
times.
Atsu?
I know it's a curse.
Right, that is clearly the only curse that is in the area at the moment.
Yes, that curse. Yes.
So I'm glad that we're able to,
I'll
find
just
some
like,
things out
like
about it.
subtly nudge Arthur, like just step back.
And we did. I hope we learned some things. So how did I get woken up from it?
Elsa fed you some of her stew. It was tender care that she devoted to waking you.
Okay, so you got right. You got
Yes, when Elsa did kiss you, and you stirred, but you didn't waken, so I suggested she make some stew and feed it to you later, and it did work.
oh, okay. So that
Must really like that stew.
have you had it?
It is very good. I've lived here for years. I've had this stew. It is very good. And Elsa, I did make sure it was Elsa who fed it to you, and she was very worried about you. So I think that had a great effect.
Well, I was unconscious, so I cannot say that I was also worried because I was not awake. But good to know now what we are dealing with. It doesn't necessarily have to be a fairy tale kiss on.
It still has to be someone who has feelings about you, I think. You just also have to have maybe strong feelings in return.
But it was very limiting before. Now it is not so limiting.
It's
Now
a little bit
apparently,
broader.
good soup can.
If people are really into good soup, yes. Less food motivated people might not work for them.
Interesting. Is there a way to remove the curse from the letter? Did you get what you needed from what was needed, or perhaps something to relay to Javik from the letter addressed to him? Did we find anything out there?
Not at the moment. The letter is powering the curse that is in the seal. There's a magic circle which doesn't really tell me much. I want to take some time to look it over, but this is not something that can be done in the snap of a finger. And I needed to come here to wake you up, which obviously I am not needed.
What lucky was this do?
Well, then that might mean that Javik can be woken up.
He had some of
other
the same stew. It didn't work.
No. Okay.
It was good stew though. I had some.
Where's your brother? Looks at Brenna.
I don't know where Yanto is. I might look for him soon, but I'm going to check on. I'm going to let Ellie know what's been happening. So.
You don't think that with all that is happening, we should bump up finding your brother on the priority list a little bit more?
We have left to go to the coast like he was talking about before the wedding. Wouldn't surprise me if he'd just skip out without saying goodbye.
He's got this right, but that is, does not. It's a little hurtful. Maybe not intentionally, but it does.
It is upsetting. I would agree.
Without telling us, with all this going on, we could think that he is in danger, and he cares about us so much. He looks after us. Does plays these crazy games to make sure that we are safe.
Because that's why he left without saying anything. If he left, he could be skulking about doing something. I've spoken with Gavril last night a bit about unlocking down the castle. Maybe I should just broadening the search, see if anyone saw him leave town. Also, if he did not want to be seen, he probably wasn't seen.
Do we have anything of his here?
I mean, he's left his things and his horse. Well, most of his things. I assume he took a couple of small things, but.
Wait, he left without his horse?
Mm-hmm.
Is he that rich that he can just leave a horse behind?
Oh, I imagine he'd want to actually sneak out. If he snuck out, it's hard to sneak with a horse. It's just a lot bigger of a thing, easier to see leave.
And they poop.
And yes, awesome.
Right.
If he wanted to sneak out, he would do it without his horse, I imagine. That's what I would do. If I wanted to sneak out somewhere, I wouldn't sneak with a horse. It's not a great idea. But he could be around the castle, but no one has found him. And the guards looked everywhere.
All the stuff in his room is like, it's Bytonus's stuff. It's like nothing that's like personal to him. It's all fake stuff.
So did you leave as Bytonus or did you leave as Yanto?
Only left as well.
I mean, we don't know. If we don't know, we don't know. But
yeah, we don't know.
Out of character.
Yeah.
She snuck out. Like, he didn't change clothes. He snuck out. He's changed clothes now. But he tried to make sure that no one saw him because he was like, I'm sneaking out so no one sees me.
Yeah, you snuck out, but you were still dressed as Bartonus at the time. However, Bartonus is one of Yanto's identities. Anything that Bartonus owned, Yanto would have had it affected on. So, for mechanically speaking, for if Ardzo is looking for a particular spell, mechanically speaking,
or a scent, yeah,
it's still going to work.
Yes.
The same.
Yes, these things are here. If you wanted to take a look, I wouldn't mind looking.
He's going to be here for a while, and there's no pressing urge to leave. I'm going to go look for Yanto. You can choose to follow me, or you can not. You are free to your own affairs.
I want to update Eleanor first about. I wasn't able to tell about the vampire as a Bruxa situation. I wasn't able to tell you either. So you tended to Constantine, yes?
Yes.
He was attacked by a Bruxa. Credan and I walked around a bit, and I think that the Bruxa in question may be part of the Deschalon entourage or family, seeing as how Lady Deschalon always walked around with 6 guards, and there were 6 bystanders at the scene of the crime for Constantine. So, and she left town. If she's heading back to his estate, it'd probably be east. Which, if Yanto was leaving town, he said he was going to the coast, so that would be southwest. So at least they would not cross paths. But I believe that the Bruxa in question might be Deschalon.
Well, if I leave and meet her, I will make sure that it is not
Be very
the
careful.
time of the setting sun, because then we would have a paranormal romance teen movie on our hands.
What was the deduction for, out of curiosity?
So I had like several theories that are all like more or less wrong, and I wanted to see which one I should take in my mind. And I will go with this one. Do you think that Yanto could be in league with the Bruxa?
No, he knows there's the Deschalon family. I was asking questions about me and had a big reward out for it's a person who gave some information about myself. And so he did not seem very happy about that news at all. So I do not think he would be working with the Deschalons at all because of that.
I would gather that unless it was assured that Brenna and I were safe from the Deschalons, that they would not work together if they meant harm outside, solely based on that alone, and how much Yanto looks after us and protects
he was
us.
trying to get information on the Deschalon family, I believe. So, but from the other guests here, I don't think he left the castle really. Maybe he left the castle to try to get information. Probably would have gone to the mayor, because that's where he was staying, or they were staying. I don't know. But I would not be opposed to looking for him, seeing as how none of the guards have found him.
Well, I mean,
retrace his steps towards the castle.
Last time that I tried something ridiculous, I ended up being teleported in a bar. But
Is that where you went?
Who did that to you?
Brenna
Oh.
saw him teleport away.
I myself did that to me.
Mm.
I tried to use teleportation a way that isn't really safe.
Mm-hmm.
It's supposed to be a place I know, but if a person is standing in a place, they become part of that place, and that's how I tried to circumnavigate the rules of magic. And apparently, I do not know why, but the chaos or whatever logic magic has seem to have decided that Javik and a bar were kind of the same thing.
Well, I mean, based on his liquor cabinet, he does enjoy a drink frequently. So it's not. It could be farther off from the truth. Could have been like a sheep farm.
I mean, what I'm saying is, I could attempt
Teleport to
to
Yanto?
imagine Yanto and teleport to him, but the thing is I may just end up in Kovier.
That would not be ideal if you're studying the curse. Can you scry? I know that is something mages can sometimes do.
Would you take me for a peeping Tom?
Just deadpan.
Well, I to be fair, and I could be grouping a couple of things together here. You did openly brag about winning the 30-person orgy.
As a
And then
participant,
just-
not a
just
witness.
One eyebrow raises.
Oh, it's a story for another day, Your Highness.
You or don't you?
I'm Elsa. I'm going to take some time,
You see
gather my
Elsa?
things,
Yeah.
and I will
Oh,
talk to. Yes.
I disappear.
Mages.
What are okay? You're casting teleport. Roll me the spell check. Or are you casting invisibility? Either way, I need a spell check.
No, I'm
Spell
sending
check.
you what's happening.
Okay.
Yeah, 17.
Oh. Yeah, you're fine. The DC
okay.
would be 16.
Yeah.
Because you've been there before.
That's it.
Okay. I need to. Okay. We'll come back to that moment in
There
a
you go.
second. Oh. Okay, we'll come back. We're gonna come back to that moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
He
Boy.
teleports away. Ardzo, Brenna, what are you doing?
Well, Javik should be fine here. I'm going to tell Eleanor very quickly about the Dechelons. And do you want to look for Yanto with me?
You can, if you would like to come meet me in my room. I will have a pack of things ready to go.
Right. Because I
Bring
have
a
few.
bring a bedroll.
Oh boy. All right. And she'll go to tell Eleanor what she thinks about the Dechelons possibly being Bruxa. And being responsible for the attack on Constantine. And, just a quick fill-in that Artzo's awake now from the curse. And just a quick fill-in for Eleanor.
I'm. Un moment. So. Bruxa, Dechelon,
Mm-hmm.
Yanto is left.
Most likely.
Javik is
likely.
still unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
You're not kissing your brother. Ardzo is conscious.
Yes.
And Kadarn has gone where?
I don't know where mages go. He said he was studying the spell, the curse. Maybe he went to somewhere with more resources. I don't know.
Oh.
I can't teleport. I'm not a mage. They don't like to say, I'm going to so-and-so place and I'll be back at such and such times. They just leave, in my experience. It's just much rather like Yanto.
Could you roll me human perception?
Yes. I would love to roll my really pathetic stat. Yeah. Oh, 15! That's almost a crit for me.
Yeah, Alienor, in the middle of this conversation, when you say that Kadarn has left, her eyes go wide for like the fraction of a second. And there's a moment of concern that goes across her face.
Everything all right?
Yes, everything is fine.
Are you sure? I can pick up on some things from time to time. I'm picking up on something here. It's not a frequent occurrence, I know, but
Everything is fine.
is there anything on your mind weighing a bit more heavily than it was 30 seconds ago before I told you Kadan went missing?
Could you roll me persuasion and I'll give you a +2?
Okay.
Because you're pressing.
Also,
you noticed enough to press
amazing-
correctly. To press
Another
correctly.
amazing. Oh my gosh!
For 15 is
15.
not bad. You need to get Kadown back.
You know where he might have gone.
He can't be by himself right now. He can't.
Really, you know I can keep secrets. If someone tells me not to say anything, I won't say anything. Could you tell me
can't
why?
keep. This is a secret that you cannot have or know or understand.
He cannot be by himself right now, alright?
He cannot be alone.
For an indefinite period of time or for just a short while? Or until something is resolved?
Until something is resolved.
Right.
Alright?
Yeah. Alright. I will, when he comes back.
You might want to keep both of your weapons available. And
Oh,
she is for the first time you've seen her visibly upset and concerned.
Okay. Alright. But if there's anything else I can do aside from be with your brother, cousin when he is here, which he's not at present.
He's not at the present.
I'm
When
going
he
to be
gets
looking-
back, let me know.
But he should, if he teleports back from where he left, it will be in the room Javik is currently in. Arthur wants to look for Yanto, because he's not been found either.
Find
And-
Yanto being alone could be awkward, concerning, upsetting,
Mm-hmm.
possibly dangerous for him and others.
Yes, he's very good at getting stabbed in the face.
Yes. All right.
I will have someone.
Could
Get
you
in that room?
please, tea.
Yes. He.
I could use some tea. And she like reaches out, and this is the first time you realize she's actually reaching out to you and
Mhm.
touching someone. And she like grips, like does that as she asks for tea, she reaches out and very, very obvious. You don't even have to roll for this. 9 times out of 10, she'd be reaching for your hand and, just giving that little hand squeeze. It's like, and you've seen her do this on occasion before when she's like frustrated, like, oh my god, the moronic men that I have to hang out with, kind of.
Yes.
She doesn't touch your hand this time. She grabs your wrist. She doesn't touch bare skin at all.
Okay. Interesting. Make a note of that.
Yeah.
I will have tea scent. Is there anything else you want to get from your room, perhaps?
No, that is fine. Merci. It is fine. I go find your brother. Men, right? Are they really worth all of this?
Sometimes I question.
So,
Brenna gets stuff sent for tea, Witcher's up, and also has someone to be in the room to come let Alienor know, as long as she's in here, if Kadir teleports back, she'll go with Arzo. For the time being.
so Ardzo. Let's roll over to the Ardzo for a minute. What are
Yeah.
you up to? What are you doing?
Packing for a little camping trip.
All right. easily done. Are you taking anything from Yanto's room?
Mm-hmm.
He left all the clothes that he wore as Barton, most of the clothes that he had, so.
I'm not concerned about the actual clothes. I'm concerned about cologne and residue.
Oh, that scent stuff.
Uh-huh.
Yes, you can get, like, cologne and scent markers and stuff, yes.
Yep. It's like the smallest samples I can use without damaging anything.
Uh-huh.
Like the actual bottles of cologne, or taking cologne like on a napkin. And
Yeah, you can get a little bit of, like, on a handkerchief that's got both his natural scent and the scent that he wore as Barton as part on it. I mean, that's easy to do. As you and Brenna leave, I need you to roll me a wilderness survival, because I'm assuming you're tracking Yanto at the moment.
wilderness survival.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna.
Can I provide assistance?
And I'm gonna use.
You're
3
gonna get a
luck.
+2 from the scent trail marker, you know, and if Brenna assists, you'll get another +1.
Okay, so that's a +6 total because I'm burning 3 luck.
You also have 1 luck left from chat.
Team,
I'm
how do
fine
we
with
feel
that.
about that luck?
Yeah.
Any veto? Cool. So 7 total.
Especially if we start heading east, Brenna's gonna be like, the fuck are we heading east for? Oh!
So remember how we said that first day's stealth roll was a 19? This is double that. You go out of the castle, you find where Yanto, had snuck out. You find his scent trail, and it's not heading southwest, it's headed east.
Oh no, it's headed east. I really hope he did not run into any hesitations.
And with a 38, Ardso, after tracking this trail for a little bit, you can smell Yanto bleeding. Yanto, by the way, you're going to take that 5 HP off as you wake up. And it's rather a lot of blood. Ardso?
Like a Bruxa attack.
So he's not gonna say anything, but Brenna, you'll notice like the panic is radiating off of Ardzo's body. Like he starts perspirating like through his shirt.
She'll just calmly say, if you have something, let's move quickly. We can run if necessary.
Then we should probably run.
Oh yeah, and then
Look, what is your
Not that
body
fast.
stat? What is your run stat? You both have run stats.
no, I do. Run 21.
15. Slow down, my legs are short.
Brenna would jog. She
Out
would
of curiosity, Yanto, what is your move speed? I'm using this as a gauge for how far Yanto would have gone in a certain amount of time. You're muted.
Sir. What's your run?
Yeah, we have a run. We don't have a move, right? We don't have move. We have,
You have-
run.
You have a speed.
Speed. Speed is 7.
Speed and
Hey.
move are the same thing. They just changed names between Cyberpunk and Witcher.
Yeah, and Witcher. Yeah.
And Mechton. It's like, it's the same
Yes.
stat. Just
Yeah. Speed is 7.
Okay.
Round's 21.
Cool. So 7, your speed is 7?
Yes.
My speed 7.
And your speed is 7. And Art, okay. So it will take you, Brenna, about, it's not gonna, you're moving at speed. You will find Yanto after the first round of bleeding.
Oh, great.
But I get to do something in that first round, right?
You're actively bleeding.
Right. How long is a round?
In this case, it's usually 10 seconds.
Yep.
But you were unconscious.
An hour?
and the bleed
You're waking up now.
You're waking
Yeah.
up now. Your bleed count is for each hour you're going to take an extra damage, but I'm saying they're going to find you within that first hour after you wake up because of just timing.
Right. Okay.
But you can do an action now. You are awake.
Are they gonna find me before I do anything, or because I want to make because if
You don't know we're coming.
oh well, I mean, what he would do is he'd light a fire and try to cauterize the wound. That was his plan.
Okay, so you are going to stay where you are is the important point here.
Well, he can't move until after he cauterizes the wound.
Yes, but the important point is you're staying where you currently are.
Because he doesn't know that people are coming for him.
And then
he's like,
you.
but once he cauterizes the wound, then he's going to move.
Yes, but in the time it takes to relight the fire and get it hot enough to cauterize the thing, yes, they will find you. And that is purely based on the actions that Yanto is doing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, mm-hmm. Yeah, because that's what he would do. He'd be like, okay, wait, oh, okay, let me. I had a plan.
You've got a lot of blood.
Let me restart this this torch, and I'm going to stick it in my mouth so that I don't die.
So we're going to skip over what the messiness of that currently looks like, and Ardzo, you will smell the fire, you will smell the blood, and you and Brenna will come across Yanto bleeding just about before he's going to take up a hot piece of metal to cauterize a wound in his mouth.
Probably, it's probably not metal, right? It's probably
If you want to cauterize, it's probably
it has
metal.
to be metal.
It has to be metal.
Oh, my little hunter knife.
Yeah, it has. Like, that's the
pommel
thing is like
one,
to
yeah.
cauterize something, it needs to be hot metal because just putting a fire on it isn't actually going to cauterize. It's just going to burn it.
Just gonna burn it.
Fun things you know about random pieces of science.
Arto's gonna.
And he's covered in blood, just like covered.
Just.
He's going to it's like the protocol for an emergency that you listen to in middle school. Like, are you okay?
Yanto!
He's gonna cauterize the wound because he's
No,
bleeding a lot
no,
right now.
we have a doctor here. No, I'm not gonna let him stick a metal thing in his mouth when we have a doctor right here.
What? Because
I'm
obviously
gonna try and
he can't speak.
this.
So upon first glance, I want to see if I could
Diagnose? Go right ahead.
Yeah. Yep.
Diagnose, because then you get that bonus.
You probably
to heal
have your
hands.
clotting powder on you, which also stops bleeding without cauterizing, you know?
18 is enough to tell that he's cut his tongue, and it's been bleeding for a while. And not clotting, because that's the fun thing about things in your mouth. Every time you move and breathe, it reopens.
Yeah.
And of course it
Actually
loses.
lost you.
The camera, it keeps doing this.
We still can hear Prax, we just can't
Yeah.
see a Prax, yeah.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
um,
So he's gonna be like, no, let me. I can see it. Let me. Do you trust me?
He's probably on the verge of passing out again, to be honest.
Yeah,
'Cause-
I'm not, and I'm gonna try and I make sure you don't. Because if you're on the verge of passing out with a hot metal thing coming towards your face, that does not sound like a good combination. And so Brenna's gonna try to just disarm.
Because his physique,
And she doesn't care if she gets burned in the process. She's disarming her brother from sticking a burning hot metal thing in his face. When we have a doctor right here.
he has like a body of 2. I'm sorry, a physique of 2 and an endurance of 2. He's not particularly beefy. You know, he's not particularly beefy.
yeah, he's not beefy at all. So are you even? At this point, I don't think you get to roll to against. Do you want to roll against Brenna?
Oh, sure. I mean, it's not going to be good, but I want to know what it's like.
Roll the brawling. Roll the melee. Or, no, brawl. This is a brawl.
Brawl. Cool.
I have a 0 in that, so I'm very excited. And she, I assume, does not. I'll let you go first.
It's not quite a 0. Oh gosh. What are we doing? Special move, disarm, I guess, for me.
You're doing a disarm, and I think, I think at this point it's a block from you, from Ardzo.
Yeah.
From Yanto.
Yanto, sorry. Ardzo.
Harry?
No. you're not parrying.
Oh no.
Dodge.
No.
Yeah, because I don't want her to take it.
No, it's a brawl though. I said brawling.
Mhm.
Oh, so I have to
6.
fight
Yeah.
back rather than dodge?
Because she's reaching out to you at the same time, so you can try and dodge.
Yeah.
Yes.
Up in your business.
Yeah, because he would try to, like, dodge away. 12.
Man, that fumble sucked because
That
it would have been.
fumble. Yeah, that would have been a. Mm-hmm.
He's going to, like, scramble back.
He's going to scramble back. You're going to take 2 more points of bleeding.
But you're not putting it in your face right now
4?
because you're too busy getting out of my face.
No, just right at this moment, just 2. Okay. I'm just saying. I will, like, if I give you a number, I'm counting the +2 into it.
Yanto, are you okay? Did something happen? Did someone control your mind? What happened?
He's bleeding out of his mouth quite a lot, and he finds this disconcerting, so he wants to try to stop it from happening, and it seems like people want to stop him from trying to stop himself from bleeding.
What was your diagnose again?
18.
Diagnosis is an 18. He's
And
kind
I
of
was like, no, don't do that. You have a doctor. That's what she was saying.
Hey, Arzo, you can tell a couple things. First of all, he's bleeding from the mouth. He's cut his tongue rather severely. And based on the amount of blood that's on his shirt, he's been bleeding for a while, which means it's a very severe wound. And you can also tell he's kind of quasi-attempting to stop it from bleeding with cauterization. So you know you can treat this. You'll get your bonus to healing hands.
So is the knife dropped or is it still being held?
Not yet.
But he still has it.
Has
Okay.
it still.
Because Yanto's bleeding out. There's like a little bit of panic, right? He's like, oh no, I'm bleeding. Like, I just woke up and I'm bleeding a lot. I need to stop that. Like,
First step, he's going to make once he locks eyes with Yanto, he's going to try to calm Yanto, and then with an open hand, physically without words, ask for the knife so he can instinctively do what he does. So I guess that would be a human
No, it'd be a charm.
charm. Okay. Is that just charisma or?
Yeah, charisma. Just straight charisma, sorry. Charisma or persuasion?
20. Look at that charming motherfucker.
I think what would you say, Yanto, with a 22?
The thing is that I think with that, let me see what my options are, because I know what Yanto usually does in social conflicts, but what he usually does, he cannot do. He usually changes the subject, is what he usually does. He usually like sort of counterattacks. He's a counterattacker. So I think that's not how you spell that word. I think he's going to have to. Let me see. Dr. Bard, no. Well, he can't. He's not going to ignore it. He cannot counter persuade. I think what I want to roll instead is like resist coercion.
I mean, you can.
Yes, because I don't think any of his social roles he can do, and he wouldn't just ignore him. So he's got the knife, and Brenna, he's just like, he'd scrambled backward, and Brenna had just
What are you doing? We have a doctor right here.
has sort of like had come at him, and she's knocked him unconscious before, and he didn't like that. Right, so like
she about to do it again.
She's a little nervous about that part about her, because sometimes she knocks him unconscious with her fists, or the pommel of her weapon. Sometimes she does that. And so he will hand the knife over, and what he'll actually do is he'll flip the knife so that he will hand the pommel to
You're gonna hold the hot part?
yes, he will, because he doesn't want to give you the hot part.
He'll
Yes,
take
he
it
would.
quickly.
And he would hand it to you.
Look, okay, timeout. This is where I have to give my PSA for kitchen safety. If you're handing a knife to someone, you flip it over so that the blade is pointed towards you, yes, but you keep your hand on the pommel as you hold it. You don't hold the blade. Now we have our PSA for kitchen safety. There you go. All right.
PSA
Ardzo,
for
you
today.
have the knife.
And he kind of just positions himself so that Ardzo's in between him and Brenna.
She just rolls her eyes like, oh my god, like this. Just thinking about what Alienor said before leaving the castle, like.
He's gonna hold up a finger and then take the knife and re-put it back into the fire to like make sure it gets hot again because it got contaminated after it touched Yanto's hand. Wait for a second. Oh, it's intense.
Do you have clotting powder also?
And the third pouch on the right-hand side. No reference is waste. And it's not
Would you like me to set up anything for you?
a nice did he
I brought my bedroll. She'll just like stuck on for
Yep.
Got you a medical space, buddy.
That would be perfect. And he like gets in the zone. He clasps Yanto on the collarbone area.
And Yanto's like weird. Because, he's been bleeding a lot. So also he's wearing the clothes of a drunk villager. Like he looks
I feel like that doesn't surprise us at this point. That's not the surprising part. It's the bleeding from the mouth.
Oh, I thought that the clothing part would have been the more important.
No.
Yeah.
No, we just don't know who you are right now. We're just
What? Once I fix your tongue, you can tell me this person's name later.
He just kind of shakes his head.
Sorry, I was muted. 2 points of HP for shaking your head.
Open up, please.
And he'll open up right to this sort of gore.
I hope to have more pleasant moments in the future, and then place the scalding hot knife on the tongue of his dear compatriot.
You have clotting powder.
And Yanto will sort of just like grip, like this like death grip onto Ardzo as it happens.
You
and
get
make kind of like a croak.
You get the +2 to healing hands. Roll me an endurance check.
Yeah. Did I tell you how good his endurance was?
You did.
I did. It's a 2. 11.
Cool. He's gonna pass out.
Yeah. He's gonna pass out. Also, his body's not great either.
Yeah. Okay. He's gonna pass out. Ardzo, you will notice that he passes out mostly from the pain of this action. But with a 25, it works almost perfectly. You can now see that he didn't cut all the way through his own tongue, only partially, which is why he's probably still alive.
He passed out.
Because he passed out. And nicked it instead of cutting all the way across. Nicked the vein instead of cutting all the way across. And then you will end up with the treated condition. You're no longer actively bleeding, so you're not taking any of that damage. But we're going to come back to that in a moment. We're going to come back to this moment. And we're going to cut away to Cadarn. Cadarn, where are you? Where did you go?
I appear in front of Iskander's house.
Cool. It is a... It's a little odd because it's like... Well, roll me a magical training. I mean, you've been here before, but just roll magical training for right now because it'll help me figure out the best way to describe this. 19. Okay, this works. That's perfectly fine. You know what you see in front of you is both an illusion and not. the large door that you see, you know, the strong stone colonnade on either side. Kind of picture the doors of Moria, these large stone, intricately carved doors, and it looks like there's this intricately built stone building, but that's the building portion of it is an illusion to kind of hide the mountain that this is really a cave door entrance into, because it's Iskander and he's a frickin' dragon. He can look like a human, but he doesn't always want to. So you know that you visited before. You've been here before. There's a large metal plate in like the middle of each of the doors, and it kind of has its own little knocker hanging above it. So like either you could knocker on either door.
I will bang on the rightmost door.
It doesn't matter. I'm just saying that for visual aesthetic.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a moment. You hear this large echo of the sound of knocking on that metal plate echo through the caverns that you know are on the other side. It's beautiful. You know that it's small caves that have been beautifully appointed and, you know, have very fine furniture, but and may have begun as a natural cave system, but were kind of expanded and shaped into different manners, and you hear this echoing knock echo through the caverns. It takes a couple minutes before Iskander, as a human, opens the door, mostly because it's easier if he has guests. Tall figure. Master Kadarn, I had not thought you would return so quickly. Oh no, wait, hold on. I remember what I did with Iskander. Here we go. Master Kadarn, I was not expecting you to return so quickly. Pleasure, sir.
Pleasantries later. I need a favor.
Come in.
Yeah, okay.
And he
Close
will,
door behind me.
like, kind of, he's dressed in this, like, purple and gold draping sarong, metallics, very, very stylish. Oh, wait, I have a sheet for Skander. I don't have to do it the hard way. Haha. And he will lead you in through around to the you know, to like this side cavern right inside the door that's basically like a little appointed as a small sitting room with low chairs and very intricately woven designed red and gold rugs. And he gestures to one of the chairs next to him.
I don't really have time to sit. Someone's in danger. Maybe. I don't know.
How may I provide assistance, sir?
Would you, by any chance, either be in possession of a scrying orb, or perhaps know of a scrying ritual?
I might. Is there a particular individual that we are looking for? It makes it a little bit easier. And is there... What, pray tell, why are you looking?
Because we're searching for him. It's the Countess's brother, Yanto.
Oh, not Jarvik. All right. Yanto, interesting fella.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, just, you know, standard hydromancy, if need be.
Hydromancy we can do. I do not currently have a scrying orb that would be suitable for these particular things. They're all too appointed, one might say. And he will... There's a small, like, basin, metal, hammered decoration around the outside. It's a bronze, sitting on this small table in front of the chairs. And there's also a pitcher of water next to it, along with a cloth, almost as if it was set out for guests who want to wash their hands. But that doesn't have to be the only reason it's here. And he picks up the cruet, and would you like me to perform? I assume you've not done such a thing before. Would you like to participate?
Not a voyeur. I just need to see.
All right, then. He will pour the water into the basin and then slowly run his hand around the outside, inscribing the markings that you know that go with hydromancy with his finger. And you see it start to glow, and he gets a bonus because you're helping with the ritual, aren't you? Your presence is enough.
Doing my best.
Your presence is enough. All it does is lower his DC. But a 33 critical is perfectly acceptable. And you see... Ooh.
Probably be before we get there.
Yeah,
so.
you see before he gets there, you see Yanto on the ground, bleeding in the woods.
That's going to fuck up the entire scene.
No, it's not. Don't worry. Because he already did something. Iskander did something else, too. And you can just make out... We'll do it this way. You can just make out something on the edge of the scry as it begins to waver. I need you to roll a d10.
Yep. 1.
No, it's not going to fuck up the scene at all.
I say it's either really good or really bad.
Oh, it's really good for me. Hey, so, Kadarn. You're involved in this ritual, you're participating in this ritual, and you see Yanto bleeding. But remember how I said the spell was wavering? The vision was wavering. The vision doesn't stay. And instead you see something else kind of break through this vision and changes perspective. You see rolling, like that rolling mist and fog of a scry that's beginning, but then it kind of clarifies, and then you realize you see riders on horseback. Dark black armor, mist coming from their hooves of their horses, large, piercing, haunting eyes glowing through the slits of the intimidating helms that they have. And they turn the figure in the lead. There are 10 of them, and the figure on the front turns their head and almost looks up at that moment of scrying. Hey, Kadarn, I need you to roll me a resist magic, please.
Do I get a bonus because they're doing it through the ritual of another mage who would technically be the first one to get the magic?
No.
Fine, 19.
But that was what you needed to beat a 17. Because that was just for you to turn your head and look away. As Iskander at the same time knocks the whole water bowl over to end the spell.
Why did you do that?
I do not need them staring at any of us. Why are you drawing their attention?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You
I
are
need to go find Yanto.
No, we have to have this conversation about how you're running around drawing the attention of the Wild Hunt.
Well, that's great.
Isn't it just? I am mildly entertained by this moment.
So what are they?
Oh, Kadarin would know. The Wild Hunt
Probably
is...
not, because it's like technically in the Witcher universe, the Wild Hunt
but here's the thing.
never happens.
No, it does. That's the thing. It happens, and I looked it up in the wiki. It happens enough that it's a folktale, and it began 300 years before the point in which we're starting, and this is 200 years before the...
No. But what I mean is, it's a folktale, but like no one has ever really seen.
Yeah, I mean, like the Viper School. No, it has to be because the Viper School is founded, and that's the whole point. Is the schools are all founded by this point. The schools have been founded for about 50 years. So the Viper School is founded particularly to fight the Wild Hunt. So knowledge of the Wild Hunt exists. You as a mage might have some of it, but your belief in it is a separate issue. But when he uses the phrase Wild Hunt, you know what he's saying.
Okay.
It's a nightmare boogeyman folktale, and it's enough that it happens frequently enough in winter that people just kind of ascribe it to winter. You know, it's a winter thing, and you're like, it's spring right now.
Well, that's disconcerting.
I'm mildly disconcerted, and I do not want them in my home. Thank you, sir.
Well, I will be on my way then.
I would appreciate your exiting stage left, even.
Do I remember, like, the area around Yanto?
Yes, you can remember the area around Yanto.
So I'll just teleport right away there.
Cool. Given the time for the ritual and the fact other things that had happened, you will arrive just about the time that Ardzo's putting blade to flesh.
Oh, hey, what the hell is going on?
Shh. I need to focus.
I pass out.
Clotting powder, please.
Yep. And she would just handed it to him because he pointed out where it was previously. So
And then I'll blend it with my salve and coat the whole interior of his mouth. Like, not just gently, like getting in there. Every gums, inside, outside, under the tongue, over the tongue, on the esophagus. Like, I am getting this poor man.
All over. Just a quick question while you're doing that. Do I see the blood on Yanto when I get there?
Oh, it's blood. Yeah.
Okay, I'll prep a ritual of healing around Yanto while Ardzo is, saving his life.
I'm ready to assist whoever needs it. And also paying attention to surroundings to make sure nothing sneaks up on us, because who could have done this to my brother? She doesn't realize it was him who cut his tongue at this point, because that's going to be something Arzo would be able to determine.
Yeah.
Probably not her at this point.
I'm assuming that the
you're up,
knife was
I out.
also already bloodied. Well, no, it was.
It was cauterized.
There was
Yeah.
blood everywhere, though, so yeah.
But it's like a plain old hunting knife. Nothing special.
Well, you're unconscious, and I've done all I can do.
No, I cannot do the ritual.
Ooh.
I am missing mandrake root. That's
Oh.
that's a thing I needed to
Who needs
do
mandrake root?
post
Hold
wedding.
on.
We have some.
Mm-hmm.
Double check.
Give me that root.
Mandrake. What color is it?
I don't do colors.
I know
Okay, what-
for a fact that we picked
which
some up
symbol is
last
it?
season.
Yeah.
Oh, I have 8 of them. Yes, here's mandrake root. There you go.
No, it's for the rituals. The symbols don't matter, so I don't Like I just wrote the words, the
Right,
names.
right.
Mhm,
Well,
mhm.
I have my own little color coordinated
yeah.
symbol list of everything that
Yep.
I have. So I
awesome.
just, yeah.
Yanta does not have
She'll
any
just-
magic root.
If you said you don't have any magic root, she'll just hand you one. Yeah.
Chalk, ashes, wax, and do I have Yanto, you cooked up a fire earlier, right?
Mm-hmm. There's a fire. It's going.
I'll just take ash from that fire. I'm not gonna use my super special dwarven ashes.
Oh, no, yeah. I mean, it's very, very super small, little fire.
So you cast Ritual of Healing, or Circle of...
Well, I'm gonna try.
Ooh,
You're
yeah,
fine.
okay.
oh,
No,
Plus,
I
remember,
actually...
you've got 2 people, so your DC is lower by 2.
Yeah. Then I couldn't fail unless I fumbled.
Yeah.
But yay! And it's actually like all of you,
Oh.
if you
well,
want to,
don't need
will
it? Okay.
regenerate 3 HP per turn for 10 rounds total.
Plus the 2 that you get from clotting powder and treatment.
I mean, that's 30, and he only has 35 hit points total. So, like, I mean, I'm like, it's.
So, well, Yanto's still going to be unconscious.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's
But
unconscious.
he's healed up and he's looking okay. I just gonna start carrying him back to the keep.
Is everyone going back to the keep?
I'll swaddle him in my sleeping roll, my bed roll, and I'll ask Arto, do you know who could have done this? I don't see any signs of a struggle around here.
I think something has happened that has made him unwell. I feel like he has done this to himself.
Oh, I guess we should put him in the under observations then, so he doesn't.
And I would hold off on bringing him back to the keep. He left quickly for a reason, and I would like to respect that reason. So I will stay. I will stay with him out here for a minute, a day, maybe.
We can all stay. I just want to make sure he's all right.
I feel like he will live. I will check up on him, but he has done considerable damage, and I don't know why.
All right. Well, I'll just keep this fire going. Let's just hang out. But Brenna will keep aware of the surroundings then.
Okay.
Where did you go, Kadan? And how did you know we were here?
I went to see someone who is actually part voyeur. I guess because, you know, he has a bowl at the ready to use hydromancy, so he probably watches people at night.
They just like to have areas prepared so they don't have to prepare it every time. But you know,
Yep.
it could be voyeurs. I'm not going to
But I would rather have a sturdy roof over my head as soon as
everything
possible.
all right?
Well, whoever did that to your brother
Uh-huh.
might come back and do it to us.
Arto thinks it's self-inflicted.
Why would Yanto try to cut off his
I
own
don't
tongue?
know. He's not well.
And it's we won't know until he wakes up.
But if you'd rather have a roof over your head, I'll escort you back to the castle, Arto. If you can.
How far away from the castle are? Where are we? I feel like this is a question I ask
That
myself
way.
a lot.
We're east of the castle. It's the same directions that the brooks probably went.
About an hour and a half.
Oh.
Like into the woods, like down, like you can, like if you walked a little bit that way, you could see the
Mhm.
gates in the distance, but close enough to make out guard patterns and whatnot. But you're like in the woods. He's in the woods. He's camping.
I think we can walk back to the castle.
I will follow and probably look at the sky from time to time.
Is
And it-
everything okay? She looks at the sky like, should I be aware? Should I be looking out for something?
You want to roll that human perception against him?
Yeah, I do. I'm not gonna succeed probably, but just see. Okay, 13. I'm rolling real good on human perception tonight, y'all.
Do I roll something to like
You can roll like.
make it seem like I'm not
Oh, you
really
mean deceit?
Yeah, probably. Because like I'm worried about the wild hunt, but I'm mostly trying to make it seem like I'm worried about Brookshakar.
Yeah. That'd be a deceit. 16.
Yeah.
He's concerned about the Bruxa.
Right. Well, Brooks is probably well left by now, since Yanto did this to himself, apparently. I'll come back later, also, if you're not back by the castle. And how long do you think it'll take him for him to wake up?
Oh wait, no. We're not moving him.
Also thinks it might be good to keep him outside of the keep. Or
Oh, I see. Well then, I will.
unless Brenna knows of like a place that's not inside the castle, which she probably would. Is there any like abandoned barns or something in the area, or like guard outposts or something that haven't been used in a while?
If everyone is staying here, I will stay with you.
Are you
Hold
sure?
on a moment. I need to check something. Please hold,
Please hold.
because we did a thing,
We did do a thing.
and I need to check the thing.
I don't know what all's on the thing, but
That's why I need to check the thing.
yeah. I know some of the things that are in the thing, but I don't know all the things on the thing.
Remember, you know all the secret passageways and the hidden rooms that are in the building.
Yes.
So you know how to get into the castle and into a hidden room that no one else would be able to get to from outside.
Okay, I'll suggest that then. Just can't tell anyone.
So you want us to go,
Not in. No one else will know you owns the castle.
but if, all of us wanted to stay and Yanto wanted to go without a fuss, he has made it
no one
out
would-
already and he has earned that right. So I
Yes,
do not
and
want
no
to
one
bring
would-
him back in there and then have the same fight all over again.
No, so no one would know he was there. I wouldn't tell you. I won't tell anyone. As long as you don't tell anyone, and he could leave out the tunnel again if she wished.
Yanto, this would be a great time for you to be conscious.
But it would be a bit more sheltered, a bit more secure, in case there is a Bruxa.
But also every room with the Bruxa is a prison with the Bruxa. There's more space to run out here. There's more space to hide, split up, confuse.
But it's also easier to fight a Bruxa in closer quarters because they're very fast. So all here in the forest, I would not want to face a Bruxa in the forest. I'd much rather face a Bruxa in a smaller room.
Have we discerned a motive for the Bruxa? After anything in particular?
Worked with Filiberta, part of the Deschalon family. Probably wants to kill people associated with me.
If I may.
Yes?
Hypothetically, if Bruxa was to show up
Mm-hmm.
right now, I could just burn the whole forest to the ground.
You could. I don't think that is an ideal solution.
But I cannot burn the castle to the ground.
You can.
Well, actually, I might be able to.
Probably. We'd not burn anything of a large area down to the ground.
We are here now, and I would like to not risk Yanto waking up suddenly, moving his head, and splitting everything open that I have just done.
That is fair.
So
We'll wait here until he wakes up then. I just was trying to think of compromises.
we can take shifts.
I'm going to just I'll keep an eye on the area. I don't need sleep. I'm
And-
just gonna head on a swivel. I'll make
And
sure
with
there's nobody trapped in the
that,
brother.
we're gonna end for tonight.
Ah, damn.
And that's not true. There's one last thing I need to do.
Oh, I'm
Golly.
sure there is.
Kadarn, I need you to roll a d10.
Oh, golly.
Oh no. Oh no.
Golly. Roll the right number.
9.
Is
Made
nine
the
the
real
right
battle
number?
real good.
Nope. You don't need to know what that's for. I just need to know what that's for. Thank you.
I mean, so long as it's like roll under your intel, like I can't roll above my intel.
Oh, no. It's not an intelligence save.
It's like how many of the Wild Hunter come and visit you right now? It's
Nine.
9. That's cool.
No,
like,
it's not
How
that
long
at
till
all.
something gets there? Because 9 would be longer, which might be
Yeah,
good.
yeah. How many lives does Kadarn have extra? 9. Good. So
How many poor innocent people will Brenna murder possibly out of a fit of rage? 9.
She would never.
How many wandering mirror salesmen do you come across in the night?
Oh, 9.
9.
Or he's got 9 mirrors. One of the two.
So, this was a special session. This was a lot. A lot happened. We doing okay? We feeling all right?
Yeah.
All back together.
Mm-hmm.
And in the ideal conditions.
Woo!
Well, it's ideal conditions for someone.
Not for us, probably.
So, why don't we go around, say who you are, where you're doing, all those good things, and, share some love and how you're feeling, at this particular moment. So why don't we start with reverse order from what we did? So we'll start with Simon.
Yeah,
Simon!
it's me.
Simon, your hair, first off, Simon, your hair looks really good. You've got this really great little curl right up front that looks awesome. And also, Billy, earlier, this really nice little wave that was going on in your hair. So I just want to give you both props.
What you don't know is that this little wave is all I have in the top because everything else is gone. You just don't see it because I have my headset on. That's stress for you. Yeah, I'm Simon at Wandering DM. You can catch me tomorrow on my channel at 8:30 p.m. We're gonna kick off the second run of issues for Sentinels of the Multiverse, which means that it's a new storyline, and we're kicking things off with the heroes sitting down and getting their costumes made by immortal warlock Taylor Idris Elba. Then on Friday we're continuing Cyberpunk, so you can catch us there at 8:30, our 5th and final season. Then on Saturday we have Cyan at 1 p.m. and then on Sunday it's a double stream day. You can catch me over on Roll For It for Only War, which is a comedy game about people trying to desert the battlefield. And then of course at 8 p.m. over here on Praxis channel. Not this week. That's true, because the thing. So, yay! Not a double feature. And that's it. If I had to choose a moment that I enjoyed today, as gruesome as it might be, I think it would be Yanto's completely screwed ideas of concepts of loyalty and but what I liked about it all then is that this entire scene, like everything that led to this moment, were how you rolled your checks over the course of, at least from my perspective, over the course of the second season, or at least the wedding.
Yeah. Well, also the first season, really. Like, this has all been snowballing since the first season as well.
So no, it's really cool to see like integrating all the little checks into. It's just not cool that it ends with like my best idea is to cut off my own tongue, but you know,
It makes a lot of sense in his mind for a whole bunch of reasons.
yeah, I'm sure. I'm not going to pry into your mind, at least not like your ex-boyfriend did.
Yeah, that also was part of it, but go on.
But that's it. That's it for me. I'm passing on the mic to someone else.
Well, it's great because the mic immediately goes to Yanto. Hey, Trooper, how you doing? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling lovely. What a great cast and what a great GM. Yanto's not doing so good. When he wakes up, he's able to figure out how to deal with the problem that he's got. It'll depend on whether he can speak. That'll be the big thing. If he can't speak, then he's like, oh, great. Like, I have solved my problem. I cannot lie to them or not lie to them. If he can speak, he's going to figure that one out. We'll see how it goes. But let me think. In terms of like favorite moment, gosh, there are so many good things. When Kadera walks in, it's like, I walked in, what did I miss? That was brilliant. I just want to give that love right there. When Ardzo cauterized Yanto's mouth, that was super intense and amazing. When I loved, this is like such a small thing, but I loved when Brenna's like, well, I mean, he could be skulking about the castle because he kind of does that sort of thing. And like, or maybe he just like, he said he was gonna go up. Like, it was such a, like a, that whole conversation between Ardzo and Brenna about like where he was and like, should we actually look for him? Or like, he might actually still be here. Like, it was such a like, yeah, that's about right. Like it was but also Prax, I think you might think you know what I'm going to say right now, but I'm just going to say, yeah, no in the Gavril. No. That's all.
What?
And I
What's wrong
love
with
how you play
Gavril?
him.
Yeah,
I don't
what's
like
wrong
him.
with him.
I don't like him.
Why? Why
I don't
not?
I don't
He's
like
so
the way he
nice.
puts his arm around her. I don't like the way he treats Ardzo. I don't like the way he treats. I don't like him. I think he's sketchy. That's all. But you know who's really great though? The Lady Echelon. She's so nice.
Yeah, you don't even know that's her name.
No, I know that she said that she was like she's the big
She
noble.
introduced herself.
No,
Yeah.
she didn't.
Well,
She said you can
She's-
come find me in Beauclair. She never said there's no seal on the carriage. You never saw Lady Deschalon. You've never met her.
no, I've never met her, but
She
I thought
never.
that
They
I-
didn't
'cause I
come.
said
She did
which
introduce
estate?
herself.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought she did.
No, she didn't. She reached.
Okay.
She's like, oh, you're running away, little pet. And she sent her men after you. She didn't say a word. She didn't introduce herself.
And they're not wearing livery.
I feel like she did because
Yeah.
I totally forgot the name Deschalon
Yep.
until that scene.
No,
So-
it's when I labeled her when I put it in there.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
but when I put her in the NPC chart,
Yeah.
and because Lindy is reacting to the whole
Yeah.
thing, but she never actually says her name. She doesn't say any name. She just says, "Come find me in Beauclair."
Gotcha.
She's a really hot woman who comes up on you.
Yeah. He's dedicated to her. He will do whatever he can to get her what she wants or die trying. While trying not to lie to his siblings, to the people that matter to him. So when he's just not gonna be able to talk to them.
Yeah. So where can we find you, Trooper?
Oh gosh.
Or do you have any other love to share?
Let me see. I've given love to every single person so far.
Then
So yes, I've given love to everybody. You can find me on Friday at 7 p.m. on my channel, Trooper SJP, which is the season 4 premiere of City of Light and Shadow, with a special solo episode with Lindy. And there's like a little, I offered all the players these narrative options where they can decide things for like their NPCs and their characters and all that. And she didn't pick that one. And so she's like, oh, my ex-boyfriend, I'm sure he's happy in Wisconsin. I was like, yeah, but you didn't pick that
Wisconsin with
choice.
2.5 children and a dog.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's what's happened. Yeah.
And I was like, but you didn't pick the choice that lets you just decide that he's happy. So I get to
It's no
decide.
fun. Yeah.
He's not in Wisconsin. Anyway, and then if you want,
That's right, Utah with like 3 wives and 8 kids. That's right.
Yeah, you can keep telling yourself that. We'll find out at some point in time, maybe on Friday. And anyway, you can then find me on Sunday. That's the next thing. Yes, at 4 p.m. Eastern over at Table Story is the season premiere of a little 8-shot called Faint Dawn, which is Blades in the Dark in a kind of like a D&D-esque fantasy industrial revolution setting. And my character is not sketchy. But my character is super sketchy. Like I'm just letting you know. My character is super sketchy. That's all.
If they just saw this show and that show, that would be a total shock for them.
I know. No, in a different way, sketchy. Like Yanto has a good heart. I'm gonna stop talking about that other character who may or may not have a good heart. And who may have killed people or hired people to have them killed multiple times for their bodies. I'm just saying, it's a little different.
It's complex. Okay.
Sometimes you need fresh bodies for experiments.
That's a choice. Hey, Billy. Tell us about how Ardzo is totally not taking fresh bodies for experiments, please.
I cannot say that. I'm strength saves on the internet, strength coach by day, strength coach by night. If you like rolling dice, we can fight. I made that rhyme up just now, and it's not a good one.
The dice heavy? Are they like kettlebells that are like?
Yeah, polyhedral kettlebells. That we just drop. And like how we roll dice at the gym is, they're varying weights and sizes, and we shot put them. And what they roll on is then the desired result. So then the objective of the game is let's see what we can do narratively and not roll dice, because we need a nap. Most intense moment of the show tonight was Yanto cutting his own tongue out after an extremely high roll from a woman who our characters do not know. Yeah, that was intense. That was intense. Yeah, that was kind of cool that I passed out, and kind of cool that it was a shock. We're like, oh, is this the is this the fabled love? Oh, looks like it's not, but the food.
Yeah.
The food did it. And so, like, maybe it's just the food. Maybe he's going to get in his own head about that.
Oh.
Now for a little bit. Maybe there's going to be some doubt sewn in there, maybe. Or maybe not, though, depending on how many massively pressing issues are at hand that would take priority over a particular thing of that nature. Just how did shit go so bad so fast? How did everything seem to be fine and in control, and then we had a character wander alone in the woods,
which is always a good idea.
Always, even in the movies.
Yes,
even in the movies that advertise like, "Hey, people are going to make bad choices," because the movie poster is a big bloody knife.
Very apropos.
Yeah. I don't know what that word means, but that was it. It's apropos.
Yes. It's very
when in Rome.
It fits the situation, right? The bloody knife fits the situation well.
Like people like Romans do.
Yeah.
When in Rome. So it's a whole bunch of things I know how to use well, and I'm stalling, so I'm gonna hit abort.
You're hitting abort on your segue. You're aborting. Well, someone who didn't abort this particular mission, although she really felt like you should leave, is Brenna. Hey, Lindy, how are you
Hi.
doing? And how's Brenna doing? Because those are two different
Oh,
questions at the moment.
I'm fine.
Yeah.
Brenna is not happy. She feels like she's got a lot of responsibilities on her plate at the moment. Don't leave Cadarn alone. Yonto tried to cut his own tongue out. This bleeding just in the middle of the forest. It headed in the same direction that possibly the brooks went. Not
But in the
great
forest,
things.
not the road, so it's fine.
Brooks don't always use the roads, trooper. They're brooks. They do what they want.
I mean, you're
Well,
not wrong.
She's yeah, she's not feeling great about a lot of things at the moment. Especially when she's like, yeah, Kadarin just fucking teleported. Don't know where he went. Telling Alienor. And when Alienor looks stressed about something, that does not reassure Brenna in any way, shape, or form. And then, Cavral's all upset because of this everything has been happening lately. But at least Elsa was able to make a delicious bowl of stew to revive Artso. And that was adorable. At least there's that little happy moment of the day that she had. So Brenna's been better. Brenna, if there was someone really stabbable, Brenna would really get some good stabbing in on them soon is what I'm just gonna throw that out there. And I say someone, not
self-defense.
some monster. Yeah, in self-defense. Not that I would provoke anyone to attack me first, but we're just gonna continue on to Lindy. So favorite moments, love to give to everybody. I loved Kadarn just going, "Hey, dragon." We're friends now, right? I thought that was a great moment because we had no idea where he went off to. And we're like, well, I guess we'll just go look for Yanto.
I mean, I spent an entire day with them.
Yeah, Brandon doesn't know that.
No, I know. None of you know that.
Did you?
All
did
of
you?
you think
Did you
Huh?
make out with him?
no.
He's hot though.
Brandon just assumes you did mage things. And I love how you went to him and didn't it all go like, hey, look at this complicated spell ritual thing. Do you know anything about this? It was just let's peep. As Kadarn had called it. I loved it. I thought it was great. And then Wild Hunt, what the fuck? Ardso just being revived by the power of stew and care. That was just really exciting and super fun. Yanto just stressed me out, so I don't have any. Oh, it just made me sad. Yanto, why? Why? And then Prax for her NPCs because they're just great. They're all just great. You can find me online at LaughLoveLindy, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. Playing tabletop RPGs in some places, sometimes. You can find me next on City of Light and Shadow on Friday on Trooper's channel, which I'm not nervous about at all. It'll be fine. We didn't finish the last season with me fake getting kidnapped and then getting rescued from said fake kidnapping, and very publicly and in the media because my character's famous. No, there's not going to be any questions from the Nazis or media or anything. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be great. So that's a thing that we're gonna have to, yeah. And then on Sunday I'll be here for Romance of the Blue Rose, where a lot of awesome stuff happened last time,
there's
including
There's no romance this week.
there's no. Oh damn it!
We're down
Next-
2 players this week. So
Right. So the next Sunday, not this Sunday, the next Sunday, Romance of the Blue Rose, where a lot of awesome things happened last Sunday. So you'll want to watch that. And then Monday and Tuesday on my channel for Wanderlust and Wildmount and Miss Ravenloft. And Miss Ravenloft, the groups finally all come back together. So it's a bit of a reunion episode after being separated, all doing different modules because I was mean for several months. So, but now they're back together and they should all really appreciate each other a lot more now that they're not with ridiculous NPCs and terrible scenarios practically by themselves. So yeah, that's going to be fun. So just tune in for this and of course more Witcher because Witcher is awesome.
indeed, Witcher is indeed awesome. Speaking of, hashtag not sponsored, but if you happen to pay attention to the Artelsorian, announcements, there was an announcement that went out this weekend about a book being released possibly this month. And some dice. Just saying. Go check their announcements. Because, you know, it's a thing.
It's not the one I worked on anyway.
No, it's the one Sarah worked on it, though.
Yeah, no, it's going to be awesome, and it introduces 2 new races. Well, they're not new. They always were there, but they weren't included in the video game.
Pandaran and
No.
Catboys.
Yeah, they're
We don't-
introducing.
No.
do
Much more,
Blizzard here.
much more interesting races. Come on.
The Werebubs and the Vron.
Werebubs and Vron.
Lizard folks.
I do like
and
werebubs.
Bugbears.
And you get access to Arzo's Tumblr.
That's right. Arzo's Tumblr has a lot of really good cooking shots, like a lot of
Yeah.
like really good photos of food. And then also weird like shaky photos of like claws.
It's really
I don't know.
awkward.
Always
Yeah.
taken at night.
Always, we don't know what that was about, but yeah, it's cool.
So, but yes, so check out that. They, you know, hashtag not sponsored, but they are great friends for us, and I'm really looking forward to that. Also, they have some really pretty dice that are like Witcher themed and set for the game, so you get like D10s and D6s. They're pretty. They're so pretty. And then as for me, hey all, you know me, I'm at Deirdre Donlan on Twitter, or Prexagorth as me see me around here on Twitch, and you can find me on Friday over on Wandering DM for some more Cyberpunk Red, because, you know, Trins is just building, you know, an armory, and, you know, because I think she's, you know, experiencing things. At the moment. Who doesn't love putting a 50 cal on the underside of a helicopter? Just, you know, things that you do. And then we'll not have Romance the Blue Rose this Sunday because we'll have 2 players that are out, and I have a couple other things that I need to do, so I might pop on. There might be a random pop on stream. I might recruit some people to come hang out with me, but if not, no worries. And then we'll be back here on Wednesday for more Witcher Roads Home. And just for those who stayed through the whole thing, just a small little after credits scene. A snowy mountain range somewhere on the continent. A pathway down. 8 riders turn as one and make their way south. Until next time, everybody. Bye-bye.